We're happy. Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy C. Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Marty Van Ravensway, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I might start this morning, we hope to wrap up this in the next several hours. I believe that you have some sheets in front of you that the Budget Office has given you. Before we go into those sheets, I'd like to talk a little bit about where we are on the budget. We are still about $1.4 million, actually about $1.43 million short on balancing the budget itself. And that's based on a quarter-cent tax rate decrease. What we are going to recommend to staff is that rather than a quarter-cent decrease, that we consider a 1/8 cent tax rate decrease. This will still give the citizens some tax relief. It will also provide enough monies to cover the shortfall that we see now. It does not. An 1/8 cent gives us about $1.5 million. So that would cover the 1.4 and give you just a little bit for today. That does not include any of the items that have been on the to-be-considered list, and that's something we'll go over today, and we'll do some refinement after today. Our goal is to go ahead and pass the budget and set the tax rate a week from tomorrow, which is September 16th. Today we're going to talk about the to-be-continued issues. We're going to talk a little bit about some issues dealing with the Sheriff's Department, and also we're going to ask HR to talk a little bit about insurance rates and what our employees will be paying and what our retirees will be paying. That'll be at the last of our presentation today. So with those,
Mr. Maine.
yes, sir.
Is precinct capital funded from road and bridge or through some debt issuance?
Well, actually, it all ends up being funded via the general fund. All capital does.
What's happening and what's causing a lot of this is that the Road and Bridge Fund, the monies that we collect in Road and Bridge are not sufficient to pay for the precinct operations plus paying for the right-of-way requirements that the state has imposed upon us. And in order to balance that particular fund, what happens is that there is a transfer coming from current revenues or general revenues that make up that difference. When we say that there's about a $1.4 million gap yet, that includes the purchase of help me, Debbie. Purchase of, my mind just went blank. See, that's what happens. Right away and just general construction items that we have. Capital.
Oh.
You can tell I've been gone for a while. It was great too.
How quickly we forget.
Yes. So the 1.4 would, if we could make that up with the 1/8 cent reduction, that would mean we would not have to sell any short-term debt to finance any capital. So with that, let me ask if there are any questions before we move forward this morning. If not, then let me make one more.
Where we are today and where we were 2 weeks ago,
Well,
when we were looking at a $0.25, and we haven't.
well, we still had a shortage. We still had a shortage going into the budget hearings a couple of weeks ago, of a little over $2.5 million. Now, when I say a shortage, once again, that's in anticipation of being able to fund current capital requirements from current funds. So in our presentation, the overview, the slides that we showed ahead of time, that would result in us having to sell short-term debt for some of our capital.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's changed since in the last 2 weeks is we got the supplemental tax roll, which brought in about $1 million. There were some enhancements to the revenues, which were about
The net overall increase is about $350,000.
Well, okay. it exceeded $1 million. But what impacted all of that is that the cash projections for Road and Bridge went down about $1.7 million. When that went down, that caused a ripple effect of the operating subsidy required from the general fund to the Road and Bridge. So that negated some of those changes that we saw in the revenues, which brings us back to the 1.4. And again, the difference is the margin of difference is being able to fund capital from current resources, which we've been successful in doing over the last 2 years. And that becomes strategically important as we look to future years, as we try to sell the rest of the voted debt for those capital projects and transportation bonds. Because we're trying to always keep, based on our promise to the taxpayers, our tax rate for debt service requirements at 0.0321 or less.
My question was directed toward trying to figure out whether, if, I won't speak for the rest of the board, whether if I cut my capital requests
That would help.
and decided to use existing equipment past its useful life, but delayed purchasing stuff until next year, would that have an impact on the general fund?
Yes, it would.
That was the same thought I had over the weekend. If we just delay things for a year, but what will that do in a year? Would that,
We'll double up next year's requirements.
well, maybe we just
Maybe
cut
we,
back from now
maybe
on?
we're in better position next year. Who knows?
Maybe we won't be, but
Any type of decreases in expenditures from Road and Bridge will impact, and capital will impact the bottom line.
That's correct.
Well, I don't want to just impact the issuance of debt. I want to provide some room in the tax rate.
Okay.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we've got to keep in mind, and as we go through this and as we talk about other things, the capital is it's a delay. It's pushing it back. Now maybe next year there are other things we can push back. But I think it just says that, and I think we do. I mean, we watch our capital. But, it may be taking an extra year on equipment versus buying it a year earlier. The things that we've got to be mindful of, though, is as we add people, that's not a one-time deal. That's gonna be with us
For a long time.
for a long time. And when we add someone, in any given year, usually when we add someone, those people phase in, and so usually the cost of those people are more the next year than what they would have been in the first year that we look into that. In the numbers we have right here, GK, what have we got with regards to capital or for court, criminal court?
We have
One?
is $1 million in there, and that is in the unallocated amount for the prosecutors that we said we were going to use. Yes.
Okay.
So if there not any further discussion, I would recommend that we begin to go through the to-be-considered list. Ms. Snyder,
Well, unfortunately, I'm not connected.
I'll connect you if you want to go ahead and start. Okay?
You should have the list in front of you, if you want to take those in order. Not to the overhead. I just see the code in there, ask Jim where it is.
We'll get you. You need this.
You have the list in front of you, and it starts with the Sheriff's Department being patrolled positions that he had requested, and a sergeant for courts and security. And if you remember the courts and security, is anybody from the Sheriff's Department here? Oh, hi, Terry. You remember the courts and security sergeant was a request because of the span of control that they have in some of their divisions, some of their organizational units for that function. And of course, you'll remember the patrol deputies. That was an effort from this current fiscal year to split their request for FY08 into two positions in 08 and 2 in 09. In the end, we did not include those two additional positions in FY09.
You know, let me back up for just 1 second, Debbie, and ask the question of the court. We have information here. One of the things that we had requested was some information regarding take-home vehicles.
Correct.
My question is, you know, I believe that we're very, you know, at a very close lip there as to whether we go with the 1A or the 1/4, and a lot of that's going to be dependent upon what we consider here today. But I also believe that what we consider here today is going to be affected, or could be affected by, if we were to make a change in our take-home vehicle policy. And so I hate to go through the personnel and decide one way or another, and then go over to the take-home policy and decide something there. I mean, if we were to go about what our cost is and slice that some, then that might allow us some as far as the personnel goes. I think it's going to be difficult. In my mind right now, it's going to be difficult to add these unless we're willing, and maybe even if we are willing to take the 1/4 to an 1/8. But does anyone else have any sense as to how they would like to approach this? If they want to approach it from the personnel first, or do you want to talk about the vehicle?
No, we can talk about the vehicles.
Well, I think the vehicles go with some of the personnel requests, so I think it's appropriate that we talk about that. And even if we consider drawing a line in the sand and people be replaced, when they're replaced, the vehicle doesn't go with the position, I think that those are the kind of things that could affect the constables. And is there any place where we could use pool cars reasonably that we're not doing that? And I really don't know. We really need that kind of information from our department heads and our elected officials. Do you know anything about that, Debbie?
Pool vehicles?
Yeah.
It's not really a discussion we've had with any of the departments. Once again, a pool vehicle could probably be a workable situation in some situations if we had somewhere to park them downtown. First of all, we got to have a strategic location for them so that they're convenient for those people that are using them. And so, because we haven't really discussed that too much with the department, I'm hesitant to give you any firm answers on that.
Do we actually have a plan for eliminating or reducing the number of take-on vehicles, or is this something we need the time to make a plan for and give a date to implement?
Our take-home vehicles are situated primarily within law enforcement. Now, all of those represented by Sheriff's Department take-home vehicles, those are all located, those employees are based downtown. And I say all, 98% of them. There's a few at the Resource Connection, a few little outlying areas, administrative vehicles like patrol chief. Then you've got the constables at the sub-courthouses. Now, there are obviously places to park those at night. They can stay at the sub-courthouse. But then you've got to say, okay, is that fair from the standpoint that you still got two constables located downtown that today we don't have a strategic location for them to park their vehicles overnight? I mean, there's other options we can look at. Do we say, okay, no more take-home vehicles? And as a vehicle becomes, or a position becomes vacant, then the next new hire doesn't get to take that vehicle home at night. There are about, I think the summary was about 30 take-home vehicles that the employees outside, actually reside outside of Tarrant County. And of course, your immediate savings on eliminating any take-home vehicles is from the gasoline usage. Your long-term savings is the fact that we are replacing approximately 10 vehicles a year based on the mileage that's put on them because an employee is allowed to take them to and from home.
Well, now, I know that the IRS doesn't allow deductions on some things for the travel from home to work and back.
Correct.
I don't own anything.
Okay, so if we have employees who are not using their vehicles for anything except going to and from work, then we should be looking at an IRS consideration in comparing the use of the vehicle.
And don't get us wrong, I don't think we have an employee that's using it solely to come to and from work. They wouldn't have been assigned that vehicle, hopefully, by the department, if that were truly the only situation. It's just a matter of them having a county vehicle available to do their job during the day as opposed to us paying them mileage. And I'll give you some for instances. Juvenile probation officers. Juvenile probation officers do a great deal of field work with their kids that they're monitoring. There are a handful of vehicles at juvenile, so all of those probation officers are actually reimbursed mileage because they use their personal vehicles, as opposed to someone that's out serving papers or investigating crimes.
So the constables, you're saying we've got 57 vehicles in constables' hands, so that's about 7 per precinct.
It's essentially correct. I mean, some precincts are larger than others.
Let me ask a question. I think we're ignoring the big problem here that we're not going to get rid of. We're not going to eliminate all these cars. When I say eliminate, you can eliminate all the take-homes, but you still got the cars. People still got to use them, and that's 65% of your money here. You know, if you're going to take the cars away, get rid of the cars. Just get rid of them. Well, you can't do that because they got to have a car when they get here. Some of them, most of them. So,
And I'm extremely reluctant to eliminate take-home vehicles in the law enforcement area because those guys are on call. The constables serve papers after hours. It's sometimes the only time they can find the people to serve the papers. It just creates problems if you don't provide them with a vehicle.
And of course, even an option there, assuming they are serving a paper on the way home or on the way to work, then we can always pay them mileage for use of their personal vehicle.
I'm not talking about serving papers on the way home or on the way to work. I'm talking about 8 or 9 o'clock at night when you know that person is going to be home.
But that's not usually the constable. It's usually one of the reserve deputies or somebody who goes to the constable's shop, picks up the car, and then goes out at night and serves papers.
I don't know that you can make that blanket statement, Judge.
There are.
I don't think that's based on anything except
Based on,
anecdotal.
no, it's based on 10 years of sitting out at the precinct and knowing what they were doing out there at that particular precinct.
At that particular precinct, but there are 7 others.
But they're
They
not
do it
working
at
that
night.
many hours of overtime from a standpoint of, you know, you don't, and again, I guess if we had constables who come in here and tell us otherwise, but I think they work their 8 hours or what, but I don't think many of them are going out at night and serving a bunch of papers.
I know that some of the guys in Precinct 2 split their shift, and they have 4 hours in the morning, don't work the rest of the day, and then go out at night. Not every day, but sometimes they do that, because that's the way
Because they don't have a lot of overtime in their budgets.
but they make it work.
They make it work. But the vehicle is the key to making it work.
And there are a handful of, and I can only give you constable situations because it's the one I'm most familiar with. There are a handful of constables who do not take their vehicles home. They leave them at some other location.
Well, I know that not all of the vehicles are taken home all the time. I don't know what the situation is, but sometimes they're left there.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying from the standpoint that we know we're not going to get rid of these vehicles, so there is the cost of replacement, some part of that, but it's a matter of, by driving them home, is how much more frequently are we replacing those vehicles than if we weren't.
Well, it says total annual commuted miles is 1,387,834. It's a lot of miles for commuting.
Another thing that we have not considered is the cost of vandalism when you leave vehicles parked on an unsecured lot overnight.
And we've looked at our risk management claim files over the years, and I can tell you that there's been as many times that a car's been vandalized, parked in someone's driveway or in front of their house, as there has been when we've left them on site.
I know that in Precinct 7, a couple of weeks ago, we had one of each in that week.
We did, and in both situations, windows were broken.
I think it's something, I think this is a huge issue that needs more contemplation than we could possibly give it this morning. And I would like to see us at least study it and go back with the elected officials, the department heads, and ask them to seriously look at everything that they do, and is there an alternative way to do the business they do, reminding them that people are reimbursed at whatever amount we reimburse people now for the miles that they use their personal vehicle. I just think it needs more study and more consideration than this morning we can possibly give to it.
And you can also see, as we're focusing on law enforcement vehicles, that of the 172, that 160 of those are related to law enforcement.
Well, I'm not sure of my math's right here, but if you take 34 miles a day, times 172 vehicles, that's 5,800 miles a day being driven.
Okay,
Is that right?
I'm with you so far.
You already got it? You already probably.
No, I hadn't done it.
So what have we got? 50 weeks, 250 days, work days?
Well, if you're trying to back into our mileage,
She used 48 working weeks.
yeah. We took into consideration holidays and the fact that an employee will take a minimum of 2 weeks off. And of course, it's also based on their actual mileage to and from their homes and their work site.
I think it works out to about 8,000 miles a year per car. I think. I may be wrong, but 1.38, 1,387,000. $8,068 miles is what it is a year.
And if you multiply that by what is our
That's
reimbursement?
168 miles a week is what it is.
And that's what you're saying is the commute mileage per week, per vehicle?
8.4 gallons of gas. $4. $33. $33. Okay. Plus wear and tear and all that other stuff.
And of course, we were also giving each vehicle the benefit of the doubt on the mileage. We were saying they get 20 miles per gallon, which we know is high.
I'm just going by what you put.
We put 20.
Yeah.
Probably most of them don't get that good a mileage.
Well, and again, if nobody wants to look at it, that's fine.
I don't mind
But it's,
looking at it, but I mean, the big changes are in law enforcement. I mean, that's, if you're going to make a difference, it's all in law enforcement.
Well, that's exactly right. It's in those first three numbers. It's constables, sheriffs, and district attorney's investigation. And I think, it comes back to whether or not they need to be carrying the vehicles home. It's a big benefit, I think, because in all,
Well, I think the big money is in capital. And, employees, obviously salaries, but you got some significant money in capital.
okay.
In the take-home vehicles?
Capital, buildings,
Oh, okay,
equipment.
all
I
capital.
mean, I think there's,
And I'm not going to disagree with you, but again, remember, this is $221,000 every year. It's not just a one-time deal. Capital is a one-time deal. This is every year we're spending this
you know,
from that perspective.
Well, and this spreadsheet estimates that in capital alone for the replacement vehicles that we're spending in the neighborhood of $350,000 a year.
A year.
well, I just hate to see people's taxes that are going up because of valuations, and then, and we're making it worse, is what we're really doing. And when we ought to
Say that
try to
again?
make it better.
You need to repeat that one. I didn't
I didn't
gather
follow you
that
on that
one.
either.
People's taxes are going up because we have an increase in value. Now, how many houses do you know of that are selling for more money today than they did a year ago, 2 years ago? Not very many.
It was about a 3% increase in appraised value, 3 to 3.5%.
But that doesn't reflect reality, in my opinion.
Well,
Look at
but
the housing
I won't totally disagree with you, but I'm going to also tell you that most of those houses may not be appraised at their full value already. And as I have said many times before, if somebody doesn't like their appraisal, they come in and complain about it.
I understand.
So, I mean, I don't,
Most of them get told to go home.
well, they may, but if they want to argue, they can at least go in and argue that. And they're not bashful about telling us but most of the folks, when they come in with the residential, and I'll ask them if they'd sell it for that, most of them won't sell it for that. Now, they might sell it for that now, but, I think that's not as much the point as what we're looking at here today is, I know these are little amounts, but, some of these little amounts can add up. JD, you've been exceptionally quiet down there on that end. And I think you were the one that asked for this item to be put up.
I really don't think I was, but I will say that we have discussed this a few times in the last 22 years.
How many?
A few or several. And I'm not sure what the answer is. I will tell you now that you can bring sheriff's employees, constables, district attorney, commissioners, transportation, everybody that's on this list into this room, and everybody here in their mind will justify their needs of taking those vehicles home. And we can sit here and argue and debate it and discuss it all we want to. But we either need to probably try to get somebody like Marty said, take a look at this thing, because I think we have some abuse out there in some areas. I know of certain situations, some departments where a couple takes two vehicles home daily
We do.
from the same department. There is abuses, in my opinion. But only way to really solve this is to leave it alone and look for those abuses, or just cut out take-home vehicles like, was it Dallas County I read did? Countywide? Stop taking them home.
What are they doing with their
Well,
police vehicles?
I don't know. I haven't checked. I only read that in the
They've
newspaper.
actually, the last I read is that they have acquiesced to the law enforcement vehicles. But what they're doing is they have very tight restrictions on territory and regions and areas that they're allowed to travel, times a day, and that they're actually putting GPS on each of those vehicles. And the last I read, the cost, so there's monthly costs for that, so that alert goes to these employee supervisors in the event they violate one of these pre-described restrictions.
And what does that cost?
Well, Their estimate was that it was $30 a month for the GPS monitoring. That didn't include the capital
Per
cost.
unit?
Correct.
How much?
$30 a month
Per unit.
per vehicle.
And I'm going to probably venture to guess that the reason they agreed to put those things on there in the first place was because it was a security issue, because that way they would always be able to know in case someone got out of that vehicle and they weren't responding, they'd know where that vehicle was. A byproduct of it would be also knowing if that person violated the travel policy and went outside the vehicle. Because you'll remember, we had some communication issues several years back where there was a number of places within the county where the radios would not work. And so as a result of that, we were looking for some different stuff. Well, it doesn't sound like at this point in time that anyone's of a nature to make any changes, but we would like to look at maybe at some particular or individual situations.
Well, and we can continue to work with the administrator's office for some overall recommendations throughout the year. You know, as we said, obviously the mileage, the gasoline usage is the immediate impact on each of these departments' budget. The long-term cost is also in the replacement vehicle. So we can come back at a later date and address this particular topic. If there's some particular direction, then be sure and let Mr. Manius know.
I don't mind taking a look at this entire policy. I confess to you that I am extremely skeptical about this 1.387834 computer mile number. That just seems astronomical. That's a trip around the world. I don't have any confidence in that number at all.
Could you tell us how you got
32
that?
miles a day.
I mean, we looked up each of the employees.
And you talked to?
We looked at each of the employees' addresses. We talked to a majority of the departments where they had individuals that lived outside the area just to confirm. I talked to most of the constables because I knew of several situations where they left the vehicles either on site or at another location to make sure we weren't duplicating or attributing too many miles to them. Here's an example of someone in the sheriff's department where there's actually a married couple who each take a vehicle home. We checked to make sure that that's what they were actually doing. Here's another one.
I mean,
So we covered as many of those bases as we possibly could. I do have a great deal of confidence in this.
It's kind of hard to argue with the numbers. I think the
I mean, the
numbers are
only
correct.
difference in the mileage is going to be we were using Google Maps. So if the employee has a more direct route that they might take, it may shave a mile or two off of it. But we looked up each one of them individually.
and that also makes the assumption that that employee uses it for nothing more on a personal basis, nothing but driving back and forth.
Correct.
Did you look at those that drive their vehicle from their work location to the nearest point to their house? And did you calculate those miles in also?
From their work locations to the nearest point to their
Well,
house.
somebody that works downtown that's not allowed to take their car home, drives it out to precinct 1, parks it at precinct 1, and picks up their personal car and drives it on home.
Yes.
Now, my opinion, that is personal use driving out to precinct 1.
Correct. We took that in
Did we look
consideration.
at those?
There's a constable in precinct 8, for instance, that leaves their vehicle at your maintenance facility. So,
Somebody does, I don't know who it is.
so the
There's
personal
several
miles,
vehicles.
the commute miles that we attributed was from Miller Sub Courthouse to your maintenance facility, and not.
Is
to
that in
yours.
these miles here?
Correct. It is.
So that's not a take-home vehicle.
Well, it kind of is. If it
No, it
leaves their
isn't.
work site.
No, it isn't. It is not a take-home vehicle. They're not charged the federal amount that they have to pay. They're not driving it home. It's not personal.
Now, most law enforcement vehicles is exempt from the taxable mileage.
Well, how about health department and others? I mean, we have some parking out at sub courthouse. I haven't went out and taken an inventory of which ones they are, but there are people that's parking their cars out there.
I mean, to our knowledge, public health has no take-home vehicles.
Okay.
Well, that's what he's saying, I think. What they're doing is they're driving it out. I've got You have one or two that are out at your place? One. So there's one that drives out to precinct 3 every evening,
So the point I'm trying to make,
and that's public health also.
you've got a mixed bag here. And you can't just pick those that are taking them home and say, well, that's it. Because you're driving all over the county
Well,
to get closer to your residence, even if you don't have a take-home vehicle.
I understand what you're saying, and just let me give you the
And
foundation.
those are not included, in my opinion, on this list.
If there are situations like that, then that is correct. And let me just tell you the basis of,
It's part of our policy. It allows that. They're not violating any laws or county policies. We got a county vehicle policy that allows them to do that.
So that's what we need to be looking at is the policy, and that's why I think we need to study it.
Well, I think we're being short-sighted if we're taking vehicles away from law enforcement. I don't think that's.
I agree.
And to make a difference on that number, that's what you gotta do. That's what you're gonna have to do.
Your Honor, then let me just say what we need to do on this, and we'll pull this down. There needs to be some more research. This would be something that, as we go through the next fiscal year, that we talk with you all and review our policies. You might remember that at one time, this court approved people that actually lived outside of the county if they qualified for the vehicle policy take-home, then they were allowed to drive it out of the county. So let us just pull this back down and do some
I
research.
think we need to do some research on that, and quite frankly, I think I need more information and some research done on the $1.43 million that we're short on this budget. I don't believe that number. I need to see something proves that to me.
Okay. One of the things that we try to do,
And these sheets that I was handed today doesn't do that.
one of the things that we've always been on budget on everything except capital as we moved into this current or this next fiscal year. And with the amount of capital, that being both equipment acquisitions and also construction, that in non-bond election construction, there was at staff level, we thought we might have to go and sell a small amount of short-term debt. And you might remember that that's something that we've done in the past for the last 2 years, 3 years. We have not been able, we've been able to manage our money so we didn't have to do the short-term debt. When we talk about $1.4 million, what that means is that is the amount of short-term debt that we would have to sell probably next August in order to, if everything was fully funded the way we currently have it. And so that's where the difference is.
That does not include this list.
Does not include that list, no.
correct.
So what would we have to do on capital if we included this list?
The entire list?
That would add another 1.1 million. to
Correct.
it.
Right. And so that would make $2.5 million in sale of short-term debt.
And 3 years ago, when we were funding capital through debt, how many million were we funding each year?
Around 12.
Huh?
Around 12 million.
Around 12 million.
And our total capital right now, Helen, do you remember, is around 35 million?
For this year.
36.
Well, I'm not,
35,548 was what we started the deal with, but now I think we may have added some stuff to that.
It hasn't changed significantly.
and on this one, on this list we're looking at, it would only add another $55,000, $56,000 to that.
Which is essentially a vehicle and some furniture. I mean, the majority of that is a vehicle in patrol.
Well, it's nice when you can pay your way as you go, but for years we did not, and so we borrowed money to buy capital, and it may be time for us to look at that again. Not all of it, but part of the capital.
And I
If we
would-
can do that and still keep the promises that we made on the bond program, that we would keep our debt service at such a level that we wouldn't have to raise tax rates in order to fund that bond program.
And of course, our focus is on our debt service rate. As we complete the construction of some of our projects, obviously, there's a great deal of operating costs that'll come on with the completion of those projects. As you know, we're building a maximum security jail that'll require jailers, and the 24-hour operation of such a building, civil courts building, juvenile, all of those are going to add operating costs in the long run to the county also. So we have to be conscientious of that as we go through the years also.
And when, I mean, I guess, right now, the jail is scheduled to come online.
3+ years. David?
Yeah, not quite 3 years. Not quite 3 years. In fact, we have a presentation to you tomorrow in court as far as design and layout on the jail. Your Honor, if I might suggest something, why don't we go ahead and go through the to-be-considered list?
Okay?
And let's talk about those positions and let the court make a determination. If in fact you want to fund those, or if you do not want to fund those, then we'll go ahead and take this back and work on it a little bit more. And tomorrow we've got, on briefing, we have budget-related items on there. We'll bring you a recommendation as far as how to move forward.
Now, there is one thing that we've been waiting for an outcome of these positions for consideration. We will relook at the cost of the structure merit market. There'll be some deviation, and it'll decrease. I'm confident it'll decrease. Now, it won't be overall significant, but until we get the final positions in there, we won't have a good indication of what that actual change is. We want it to be, our last calculation, our last run of that, to be as accurate as possible.
So when do you anticipate getting that?
Well, we'll do it this evening if we rectify which of these positions will stay.
I don't have the information in front of me right now. Do you recall what the increase in calls for patrol response has been?
I don't really think I have that in front of me either. Workload measures.
What are we hung up on?
I think she's trying to bring up some workload measures with regards to the phone calls for our patrol that Marty asked about.
Oh, duh. Right in front of me. Sorry. I mean, the calls for service are broken down into so many different categories here. I mean, this is comparing '08 to '09.
Well, let's look at '07 versus '08.
Trying to hide a column, but it won't let me.
Can you make the columns a little bit smaller?
I'm trying to.
Bingo.
Okay. So we're looking at those total. And this is all calls, that's just, you're detailing out what each call was about, right? Go down to the bottom and just show us the total right there. Well, you don't have a total, do you?
Don't have a total in this. I mean, this is in BW itself, and it's not letting me just total those columns without copying it into Excel. I mean, if you look at the large ones, I mean, that's traffic tickets issued.
I think what I was really questioning, what are the dispatched calls for service? And I think that,
How are we going from one year to the next? Kind of go down just a little bit more and let us see the next group now.
Well, the dispatch calls or service end up being all these other individual elements here.
right, that's what, so isn't that, other than the
That might be a good indication.
traffic stop, wouldn't that be a pretty fair comparison?
Could be, yes. I mean, some of these are actual dollar amounts as opposed to,
Get ready to fight the judges. Get ready to fight the judges.
Over what?
You don't want to know.
I mean, there's a traffic stop increase there.
Yeah, about 3,000 this year of an increase.
Well, it's in 2 years.
Okay, the patrol, the highway help, I don't know what I'm saying, what is that?
TxDOT folks?
Yeah, the TxDOT folks, is that fully funded by TxDOT?
No.
Huh?
Really from the federal level to the state level, but it's not a full reimbursement.
Do you know what percentage?
It's a high percentage. We have to make up part of it. I don't know exactly how much it is.
Now, there are efforts underway. Number one, we're in the process of modifying the budget or the contract for FY09 for courtesy patrol, so it does cover 100% of the cost. And because there are funds available, the Sheriff's Department is making a very valid effort to have TxDOT reimburse us for those costs that we have been out of pocket since the beginning.
And basically, as I understand, the estimated numbers that they gave y'all versus the numbers that y'all are actually doing are just difference in night and day. Which, I mean, I think I've heard excellent comments about that. I think y'all are doing a great job on that. And I would sure hate to see us decide not to do that, just simply from a standpoint that I think it's a tremendous service that the Sheriff's Department is putting forth out there. But now these two deputy sheriffs of patrol really are not, they're not looking at it from, they're not anywhere in as a result of that highway stuff. This is just two that you had asked for last year. And that, yeah, go ahead and come on forward, Terry. And that we felt like at that point in time last year, we said wait.
I think they asked for 4 last year.
And we
And
gave
we
them
told them we'd give them 2 this year, and 2 last year, and 2 this
Right.
year.
Yeah, I'm sorry the sheriff's not here. He had to go to physical therapy. But on the calls for service, I have those numbers on my desk, and I didn't bring them thinking they were in the workload measures already totaled up. But they have steadily gone up every year except for one in the last 5 years. We've had a significant increase in 911 calls. And we don't look at a traffic stop as a call for service because that's officer initiated. When we talk about calls for service, we're talking about 911 calls where a citizen says, I need help.
Is that what
And those have gone up significantly every year.
Is that what the numbers are, the dispatch calls for service, is that what you're referring to?
Right. Yeah, those are citizen initiated as opposed to officer initiated. And yes, last year, in our discussions with the budget office, we did ask for 4 new patrol officers. Because of the increase in services and the lowering of response times, we said we need 4 new deputies. Now, keep in mind, that's not even equivalent of 1 position to get 4 new ones.
We understand it's 5.
And so we took 2 with the assurance that we'll get 2 this year and 2 next year. And that was the agreement that was struck, and we said, all right, we'll live with that. And
And
so
you put those 2 on the north end, so the south end was scheduled to get the 2 new ones this
I believe that's exactly correct.
So at our end, yes, I realize
But the
that.
dispatch calls for service numbers
It went up 17.
don't show, I mean, we don't have 06, but they don't show much of an increase this year versus last year, nor does it show much of an estimated increase in next year's.
Well, I don't know exactly where the numbers came from in the workload stuff, where they came from in our shop, but I asked our lieutenant in dispatch to pull those for me about 2 weeks ago on a different, it wasn't for the budget, it was for a news report about the 2 new deputies. And they're sitting on a little yellow card on my desk if you want me to try to get somebody to get in my office and grab those. But they were up every single year. They're going up. And the unincorporated areas, I don't have to tell you all, are getting denser. The development is getting more high end in a lot of the areas. And you're seeing a lot more property crime and a lot more instances of where we just don't have the guys out there and the girls to get to the calls we need to get to in a timely fashion. And that's just the bottom line of it.
There's just one thing I want to say to you. When you said we struck a deal, you know as well as I do that the budget is no
I
deal
understand.
from year to year.
Well, every year we try to negotiate. We would love to come in here every year and say, we got no problems. We're going right with what Debbie wants to do. That's our goal every year. And
Well,
we work
it's not
to
what
do
Debbie
that.
wants to do, it's what she's
It's what she
recommending.
recommends, I understand. But if she recommends it and we agree, then we don't have to spend y'all's time looking at it. And that's what we try to do. And it's only with these 3 positions that we have come back and said, we really do need them.
Well, you know, I get a report every week about the number of vacancies that you have, and most of them are in the jail. Do we have any issues with that?
Well, we've made great strides, and the employee population is so dynamic. I mean, people literally come and go every week.
I understand, but
And
the
so
numbers aren't that dynamic.
we have made a lot of progress as far as to staff fully the jail
Over what period of time?
over the last 2 to 3 years. Ever since our new personnel chief has come in, he has just redoubled and redoubled again the recruitment efforts. We've got magnetic signs on our warrant transfer vans now that says we're hiring. We've got billboards. You know,
Well,
we've
and again,
done,
though, the vacancies you've got, you are staffed for a 4,500. What size jail are you staffed for?
now I don't know the answer to that. I don't think it's that many.
I'm going to say it's in the neighborhood of 3,800.
Yeah, 38's pretty close. We've been running.
So 3,800, and so there's, on a 48 to 1, that means you've got about 12 positions, so that would be about 60 people that, for all intents and purposes, I mean, that justifies because our average population is running around 3450.
Well, this summer, the population always rises in the summertime. People get a little more active. And we have been up as high as 38. We may have even gone a little over that, Bob. I don't remember. But I know they've been up to 38. And it's now fluctuated back down to where it's, 35. I don't know what it is today, but it's going up and down.
And I guess, though, but that's why you see a lot of those vacancies is because our jail population, I think, is running on average around 3,500.
It's headed back down that way.
3746.
Is that today?
No, this is a little bit older. This was
It
August 5th.
it was 35.
I've got 9-4 here in front of me.
I'm sorry?
I said I have the report for 9-4 here in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And the inmates booked into the jail was 3,553.
It's coming back down.
It's about 35.
If you want to know anything else about the jail, Bob's here, so everything I've learned from him, so he knows a lot more than I do.
Oh, here comes another one.
What?
3603, is that what it says?
Yeah.
That's today? Or as of midnight?
996.
3603. And it's been about a couple of hundred higher than that in the middle of the
Okay,
summer.
I just got an update
Yeah.
this minute, and it says total jail population 3,603.
Right. And again, even that number is dynamic because some of those people that we count in the jail population are work release, although we have to keep a bed for them because they may be, the judge may have them coming in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, or he may have them coming in on Saturday and Sunday or whatever, but we still have to have a
So you have to have a
spot
bed for them.
Mm-hmm. And they're officially booked in. They're housing the floor 90 line that you see. There's 41 people there. Is that right? I can see that far.
Where are you looking at?
Floor 90,
41.
Yeah.
41. So that's 41 beds that we have to keep that are pretty much going to be empty a lot of the time, but they're going to come and go on different schedules.
Now, what was the sergeant for?
Sergeants for courts and security. We've got 158 sworn deputies in that division working in, I guess, probably 6 or 7 different locations. And right now, the span of control of those supervisors are, I believe we have 1 lieutenant and 3 sergeants that have to say grace over that many people in that many different locations. And that's the whole point, is to give a little closer control.
This is not the one that the probate judges,
No.
That's
has that one been approved?
I don't believe so.
Is it on this list?
No, sir. Those are the ones that we have asked for. Now, the probate court and the other specialty issues that other folks have asked for that we provide, we're going to let them make their case to you about their needs.
Well, actually, the intent is that we'll have to continue as we have with the use of the part-time bailiffs that they have access to, and or just the relief bailiffs that we've funded throughout the years. I mean, we've added 8 bailiffs in the last 2 years to the sheriff's department without a decrease in their temporary salaries.
How would you prioritize those 2 requests?
Between the deputies and the
And the sergeant? I know you don't have the authority.
I don't.
To prioritize.
I don't. I mean,
I'm asking you to do it anyway.
we prioritize the 3 of them over things like the probate bailiff and the other things that we've been asked to do.
I understand.
So,
that, Mr. Grisham.
I will make someone mad no matter what I say. So, they're both,
Well, maybe we'll have to prioritize.
they're both,
accordingly.
yes, I'm sure you will, and that's what you guys do the best. But we need them both, and that's all I'll say, and leave
The
it
8
at that.
bailiffs that we've added, where have most of those bailiffs gone? I mean, because we've not added any courts.
No, they've just been for backup and floaters and to relief. Relief is the best word to use.
Well, when we say you haven't added any permanent courts, that's true, but there are a lot more courts operating, especially in 300 Belknap, which is our building, where we have a capital murder voir dire going with one judge while regular docket is still in progress in that same criminal court. So you're talking about 6 bailiffs right there that are now dedicated to one court, because we've got voir dire with the defendant present, and then you've got another criminal docket being run in another location. And so that's still one criminal district court, but you got 6 bailiffs. So,
Does that happen frequently?
yes, ma'am. On a very,
Would you
it
say-
happens regularly, I'll say
Would you
that.
say on a daily or weekly or twice a week basis? Or
Here again, there's better people in the department to answer that question than me.
You
but
know,
I know it does happen on a very regular basis.
I know that we've had a great number of capital murder trials this year, a very large number of them. So I'm going to estimate, I'm going to go out on a limb and say about 75% of the time that there is some sort of auxiliary or additional court operating that is primarily a result of capital murders and/or just an overall effort. You know, we strategically had an auxiliary court going in 300 Belknap not too long ago to handle drug cases. And once those funds ran out from the state of Texas to fund the judge, and that was disbanded. So we have done alternate things over the year on top of just the voir dire situations for capital murders.
And another point is, as far as the state money goes, we have visiting judges that get appointed to handle either a special case or
Well, we had
different
that
things like
special
that.
docket this summer where Judge Walker put the visiting money funds, visiting judges' funds in for that special drug.
Oh, right.
But we did separately address that.
Right.
It's just like, you say, well, that's just a special occasion. Well, that's just every once in a while. But we have those constantly. There's just more and more special occasions and one-time deals, but there's just one-time deal after another. And it's just, the strain it's put on our courts and security people is really getting rough. And when we open, that is a whole nother issue about door guards and whatnot, but
300 Belknap, which you're keeping in place? Excuse me?
that's not what I'm told. The door guards at 300 Belknap are going to the plaza
To Plaza.
when we move.
How many positions is that?
Wait a minute, say that, what are we all?
Yeah, what?
We were talking about what happens when we move to the plaza. Right now we have, some days there's 1, some days there's 2, depending on what's going on. If we have a court operating on the 4th floor, we'll always have 2 guards at the front door of 300, running the metal detector and the x-ray machine. But it's been the sheriff's stated objective, and I know he's told me at least that he's communicated that to everybody, all along, that when we go to the Plaza building, which is underway, we've already moved a few people, and we're going to move a lot more this week, and we'll move more. We'll probably be done next week. That those door guards will go to the Plaza to go up on the 7th floor.
Why would you need them?
Why? There's no security on the 1st floor.
And what's on the 7th floor?
Probably about half of them.
Cheaper to buy guns, cheaper.
But I mean, I guess the question is, why do you need security? It's not like we've got prisoners coming and going. It's not like they're getting in.
Well, there certainly could be.
Well,
And there are people witnesses coming in to testify, victims. This is something we hashed out a year
Why are
ago.
they not coming into the Plaza building? I mean, not the Plaza building, but why aren't they going into what's going to be the new jail, Terry? I guess I have heard this, but I've never understood why we're not, if we're going to do interviews or we're going to do that kind of stuff, why we're not doing that in the jail. Why are we?
I mean, because the investigators don't work in the jail, is the best answer I could give you. The jail is the jail. First of all, the jail is many years in the future at the rate it's proceeding. So you can't really, there was discussion of putting some of our other elements into the jail, but it was just too tight a fit. In fact, we've taken out some of the functions that we were putting in the old jail that you'll see tomorrow in the schematic. For instance, the property room, which is at 300 right now, is overflowing and needs a new spot, and it was going to go in the new jail. But in order to get more cells and to take out an entire floor and to save several $1 million, we said, okay, we'll forget that, and then we'll just go off-site and build a small building that will house property. It'll be a lot less expensive than adding a floor to the new jail. And the facilities has done a great job in trying to make all these things fit and still keep the budget in line to where it should be.
How do the city's investigators and whatever handle prisoners they want to talk to? Do they come get them out of the jail and take them down to their office to talk to them?
A lot of times that's true. We have.
But do they ever investigate them or talk to them there in the jail?
It happens both ways. It won't necessarily be in the jail. They'll take them to our investigator's office and talk to them there. And then the other issue that people are going to have to come to grips with is when probation is operating in 300 or 200, we're arresting several dozen people a day and taking them to jail when they come to see their probation officer and they've had a new warrant issued. And we're actually going to make some arrangements to keep some people to still be able to help them out and take those folks to jail that need to go. But that's a day-long deal. I mean, that's one thing we didn't really want to see in the plaza, or people going up and down the elevators in handcuffs. And we're trying to do our best to make sure that doesn't happen. But if we had to transport a prisoner in the plaza building, we can always use the freight elevator. So that's always an option.
How many investigators are you putting in the plaza? I mean, again, this is just not being that attuned as to what I guess we were talking about, because I thought we were talking about administration being in the plaza, and that the operational part was going to stay in the jail facility. So it sounds like you're moving a lot of investigators over into
We're moving all the functions that are at 300 right now are going to move eventually, except for the property room.
And I understand that. I guess my question, though, is what besides administration is moving over into the plaza building?
All the detectives, all the warrant officers, the crime scene unit, the victims assistance department, the sex offender registration department, our employee relations department, our inmate services,
Dispatch.
and a great new dispatch area. We're going to have everything we have in the plaza, or in 300 Belknap, is going to move to the plaza, as I said, except for the property room. And the one reason they're not in the jail, Judge, is we looked at some of that, and it just turns out that jail space inside that kind of a jail in a secure perimeter is much more expensive per square foot than an office like the plaza. And to finish it out and to access it and do what you need to do, it's cheaper to have these functions in the plaza than to put them in a new jail. We didn't even build it. Bob's people are not even moving. They're going to stay where they are. We didn't put new office space in the jail just because we had a premium for cells.
And of course, the importance of what we're talking about here as far as that security post remaining at 300 Belknap. And we had this discussion years ago when we took the security out of this building, the X-ray security out of this building. The importance is that we just talked about a while ago is that between 75 and 80% of the time, there are courts in operation at 300 Belknap, felony courts. So that's where the importance of this post remaining there comes into play.
If the courts are operating, they will have bailiffs. And there's always a possibility of using a portable walk-through metal detector at the door of the court, where the court would still have security for screening, but it wouldn't be down at the front door catching every person that walked in. You can always do the ones that are right there at the court, just long enough as the court operates.
Do we have portable X-ray equipment available?
I believe so. I thought we did. Well, I mean, you'd have portable magnetometers. All magnetometers you can move those around. The X-ray machines are a little bit bulkier and a little tougher to use.
The walkthroughs are portable.
Well, the walk-through magnetometer, you can move those.
Right.
The X-ray machines are much more problematic. And then you do, of course, have the wand where you can just use it as you need to.
So, okay, as you talking about moving the security, you're talking about moving the X-ray machine to the 7th floor of Plaza, so it's only for the sheriff's department and not the other employees that are in that building?
I'm smiling because we've tried to get everybody's attention on this for a long, long time, and haven't had any response. But probably the plan for the plaza would be to have either a walkthrough or a wand on 7, and probably not the X-ray machine.
Well, I don't know that, I guess what I would say is, I don't think it was that you haven't got our attention, is that maybe because we didn't see it immediately happening, but I do believe that, we've taken the position here in this building, if there's not, that we didn't want security. We've taken it from all of our, we've really said that in all of our sub-courthouses. We understand that when you have the courts there, that it's necessary. But again, my feeling is that we were moving administration over there and not a lot of day-to-day, let's have criminals in and out of that building.
I wouldn't say it's going to be a lot of criminals coming in and out.
And then I guess I'll go back to the same question as asked earlier. Why not, you got a bunch of guys up on the 7th floor that's got guns. I don't know why you necessarily need the security.
That's something that was Dee's call, and I'm just conveying what he's said to me.
So and I'm not sure that's something we're not going to decide that today, because that's obviously not something, well, I guess it may happen in the next year, because when
It'll happen in the next 2 weeks.
Oh,
Well, and
So where are you going to get the 2 new people to do that and still be able to have the security stuff over on 300?
I do not believe it's the sheriff's intention to staff 300 beyond the time that when we're completely out of the building.
So if we have courts going on over in 300,
We have-
you're not going to staff them?
No, I didn't. I think there will be some special situations be able to be made for courts, but it would be up at the courtroom door and not at the front door.
You'll have bailiffs in the court.
They'll all be criminal courts, so you'll have a minimum of 3 bailiffs in the courtroom, and one of those can operate a wand or monitor a walkthrough.
the issue with the security on the facility itself was, there's a courthouse security fund which is paid for by a fee that, but it can only be used to provide security in buildings that actually house courts. So part of the cost of having those people at 300 Belknap at the front door, basically, was defrayed because of this fee, part of it. I think, though, that we need to maybe have a better discussion as far as what inmates actually go up to 7th floor. If the people that eventually are arrested, are they people that are brought over from the jail, or are they people that are brought in as potential suspects, and an arrest might be made on 7 and then taken over to the jail? Because there are interview rooms in the jail for people that are already in jail. Okay, we did address this issue, and we talked with everybody about this, and the conclusion was that if there was an arrest made on the 7th floor in the Plaza building, that prisoner would be taken down the service elevator, and there would never be a prisoner that was in handcuffs that would be brought in through a public elevator. And so thinking that someone is coming over that's already has been arrested in the jail and being transported over to 7 on Plaza, I don't believe that's totally correct. The people that would actually become prisoners when they're in Plaza would be those that suspects being interviewed, and they feel like there's enough probable cause to effect an arrest. Then that type of individual would be arrested in 7. But it's not bringing people over from the jail to the Plaza building.
And I think any arrests on 7 would be very rare. Be very rare.
My understanding that the security that Mr. Grissom is talking about, as far as the 7th floor, is we didn't build an area. and we talked with you all about it, we didn't build an area to have a walkthrough of any machinery, that there is an area right in front where you can put a desk, and there's an electrical plug in the floor, and that would be a one-person station. And I'm assuming that's an 8 to 5, Monday through Friday type deal, because the building is locked after that.
Just like it is at 300. Same.
So what you're looking at is something that you see similar to what's on the first floor of this building with the security officer, security deputy, I believe. Is that?
Yes, it would be very similar to what's in this building, except I don't believe the officer downstairs has a wand, and he doesn't approach people to actually check them out. Right now, if we let employees with ID cards come and go through our buildings without going through metal detectors. And it would be that way on 7. If someone comes off the elevator and they're not an employee, then they would be stopped and asked what their business is, who they're here to see, and then submit to being wanded and let them go on their way.
For the court's information, we do have funded yet, Mr. Phillips, the security person at the would be the west entrance of the Plaza building for next year. Is that correct? Now, that is not that's a contract. It's not a commissioned officer, but it is someone who will sit at the front door and provide guidance and direction as to where to go in the building.
Is that person armed?
I don't know the answer to that. No, he's not armed, non-armed.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do y'all have a recommendation, or what's your pleasure on that particular one, on those particular two?
I would certainly be in favor of the 2 patrol deputies and would move.
We have a motion and a second to approve the 2 deputy sheriff in the patrol area. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all very much.
You bet.
Now, let me ask a question on the sergeant. Why did you not recommend that one?
We don't disagree.
Pardon me?
We don't disagree that there's a large span of control issue with the sheriff's department. I mean, as I said when we started the budget hearings, there's going to be often times when you ask me why we didn't do something, and I mean, there's many things that are still pending out there, or truly weren't even brought back up by the departments that we believe in. I mean, we were doing our desperate level best to fund this budget and fund capital and keep it in with a small tax rate decrease. It's a large span of control. They do have a lieutenant who oversees 3 sergeants, and the 3 sergeants oversee 158 people. I mean, it's something that existed for years. I mean,
So I hear you saying
majority.
you don't have any reason to disapprove it, except for the fact that you were trying to get the budget, and this was one of the ones that you felt you could stretch.
That's correct.
And in that particular building, there is a lieutenant.
And of course, the majority of the day, those employees are assigned to courts. I know these divisions work very hard to keep people active. If a court is down, then that employee will be requested to go and fulfill some other service or duty. I know they work very, very hard at that. A majority of their time, or where their great deal of burden is, the fact that they have a large number of evaluations to do every year.
Just a quick reminder that this department and this supervisor would also be in charge of not just bailiffs and courtrooms, but also all the door security.
Correct. Courts and security.
Building security, so everything, that many buildings and that many bailiffs, it's just a lot of ground to go. And the lieutenant even moves around, and as he sergeant.
Any thoughts? Any motions? None appearing. I'm going to assume that it's a move of the court not to approve that one. So let's talk about the constables.
In both of these situations, these are building security related. Constable 4 does not have, I'm sorry, let me pull up one more file right quick. Constable, you can see that, of course, we're focused on these two yellow lines right here. Some of the constables have not only a bailiff, but they also have a building security person. Constable 4 only has a bailiff. Constable 8, on the other hand, when they requested this position years ago, they have a building security person. The difference with Constable 8 and why they're requesting a second security position is because of the completion of an additional facility out there. We've actually now separated operations into a different building. And please, Commissioner Brooks, if I'm misstating anything, let me know, because I haven't been out there since we've opened.
That sub-courthouse campus now contains 3 separate buildings. And the tax office is in a different building from the constable's office. So it needs a security officer.
And just as a side, and I see Constable 8 is here, I believe they have communicated to Precinct 1 at least, Commissioner's office, that if this position is approved, that they can eliminate this $10,000 in temporary salaries. John, is that correct?
Yes. Say that again.
They have $10,000 in temporary salaries in that precinct, and they've indicated that in the event this security position for the building, they've got $12,000. Now, even though they might offer that up, I would hesitate from that standpoint, because Precinct 4 has a unique situation in that they have a very large territorial precinct, and the only way to get from point A to point B in many situations is to cross over lakes. And their temporary funds are used to actually put a deputy on the road when someone is off, as opposed to building security. Do you follow me?
On the basis of Precinct 8's commitment to give up the $10,000 in temporary money, I would move approval of the additional security deputy.
Why are we skipping precinct 4 first?
Because I can make a motion on anything I want at any time. And I wanted to do 8.
For a second? Okay, right now that fails for a lack of a second.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve Constable Precinct 4 and 8's request.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Constable 4 and 8. Any discussion?
Let me ask Debbie one more time, what was your reasoning on that one?
Again, dynamically, it was trying to make the puzzle fit.
Okay.
I mean, we actually had these in the budget at one point in time.
Okay, well,
Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Now, just kind of an FYI, the last time we presented these positions, Constable 4 had about $6,000 in capital. They had inadvertently requested an MDC for a building person, which was inaccurate. So we've removed that from consideration, just in case you went back and looked at old notes.
well, does this deputy now get a car?
No, neither one of these positions do.
briefing attorney for the criminal courts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I think my timing's pretty bad today, given the discussion so far.
Timing in life is everything.
It is everything. Well, this court's been very cooperative and very helpful to the criminal courts in all of our efforts to increase productivity with the courts, and those efforts have been successful. We've increased the number of dispositions dramatically with the same number of courts. I got to tell you, don't know how this is going to work out with the sheriff's security, but we're very interested in that because it's going to affect what we can do. And let me begin by saying thank you for funding our priority request, which was to reallocate the work of our magistrates. I think this decision by the sheriff's office, as we understand, is going to throw some obstacles in the way, but we're going to find a way to make that work. Regardless of what your final decision, I want you to know why the judges have asked for a briefing attorney. We continue to look for ways to improve our productivity, and this is one thing that's done in all the other big counties. In fact, for the criminal courts, the other big counties have multiple staff attorneys, they're called, in the other counties. Right now, the judges have to be their own lawyers for many different matters. Writs of habeas corpus are a big one. Those affect mainly the older courts. The younger courts, the newer courts don't have as many people in prison. They don't have as many writs of habeas corpus. The writs are entirely the responsibility of the judges. Now, we do get, at least we have in the past, gotten considerable help from the district attorney's appellate division with those, but it's really a conflict of interest to keep doing that. And I got some examples that you might be interested in that the judges have given me, some things that have just come up recently. You know, we started the outpatient competency restoration program this last year, and there's all kinds of legal forms that are going to have to be drafted for that. Now, it'll end up being Judge Carr probably if we don't get this position, and he's got a lot of energy and works long hours. But we've got things like forced medication forms. There's a number of different things that would go with that. I'm also told that another area that this would help the judges is in motions to suppress. 80% of the time, those are fairly standard, but in about 20% of the time, there's new law that needs to be briefed in order to make a ruling on those. The law changes constantly. Every time an appeals court makes a decision, that affects the law in some way. I happen to be familiar that the Tarrant County Defense Lawyers, Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, at every meeting they have a lawyer brief the other attorneys on what the new appellate decisions are. So this is something that the judges do for themselves today. They'll probably continue doing it, but this is one way that we could improve the productivity of the judges is by taking these kinds of things and giving them some legal help. So that's basically, we'll continue to look for ways to be more productive. This is our latest request of you to improve productivity. You may be interested to know how the other counties do. Harris County has 2 briefing attorneys for the criminal courts. Dallas County has 4. Bexar County has 4 for the criminal courts, 3 for the district, and 1 for the county. And Travis has 2, although they have 12 overall. So that's where the other counties are. Could I answer any questions, or I'll attempt to?
They have 2, but they have 12 overall. What do you mean?
The civil courts. They have 2 for the criminal courts, but they have 12 overall. I think each of the civil courts has 1 as well.
But we're only talking about criminal court.
We're only talking about, for us, one lawyer.
And what would it do if you didn't get this till next year?
The judges would continue to be their own lawyers. We're just looking for ways to be more productive. The things that you've done in the past for the criminal courts have worked. At the beginning of the decade, we were disposing of about 12,000 change, and now we're doing well over 17,000 for the felony courts, and of course the misdemeanor courts do about 33 to 36, depending on any given year. So it's a lot of cases, and we're looking for anything we can do. This year, as I said, you funded the our plan to reallocate our magistrate courts, and we think that's going to help a lot. We're just looking for anything we can.
Which, before you ask, was a priority that we took.
That is our top priority, too. I'm not saying that is the thing that we wanted most.
This would be from attorney.
Sorry?
I think this would be helpful to the criminal district judges,
It would be for all criminal judges.
criminal court judges, but in light of the thinness of this year's budget, I think it's probably not going to reach the level of priority for me.
I could kind of sense that from the beginning of the meeting.
But you made a great show.
Yeah, you did it, you did a noble effort.
Did I do
Valiant
okay?
effort.
Thank you.
Judge, by any chance, can we take a break?
Yes. I need to take a break, probably about 15 minutes. Can we, is that all right with everybody?
Thank you.
Works for me.
Justice of the Peace, number 1 and number 3, 3 court clerks.
I don't see any of them here. One of the things we did since we last met was we went back and looked at their caseloads. Because, you know, part of the consideration or part of what they were talking about was the state increased their jurisdiction from 5,000 to 10,000 effective January 2008. So we went back and we looked at, okay, what are the monthly filings since that jurisdiction level went into place? So we're just going to kind of focus right now, and this is JP1. You can see, based on that yellow line, that's January 2008, where they had 529 civil cases filed. But you can see it's kind of diminished over the months, down to 228 for the month of July. Now, this is their own stats that are reported to the Office of Court Administration. And let's glance at JP3. I mean, they have 95 civil cases. And theirs is up. So their overall caseload has remained rather equal. We'll go back a few months to see there hasn't been a dramatic change overall in their caseload. Of course, JP3 has a different dynamics working against them, and I say against them because they're actually operating out of 2 locations.
How many people do they have at the South Lake location? Do they have 2
I think they just have 2.
that are out there full-time?
Correct.
But sometimes they have to pull one to the first location because of the load there. So sometimes there may just be one person out there.
Now, JP3 has a total of 4 people. That's 4. It's a total of 4 clerks. They have 2 court managers. They have a court manager and an assistant court manager that we don't include in this number here. We're just talking about grade 16 clerks.
Well, how about the other ones? Do the other ones have those too?
The only one that has an assistant court manager is Justice Peace Precinct 3, and that's solely because of their second location.
Okay. So how many total employees do each one of them have?
Well, if you look at these numbers right here, this column right here,
Yeah.
you add 1 to each of those. Okay, you add 2 if you're going to include the JP.
You had 2 if you're including the JP.
If you're including the JP.
But now so then you're saying that 3 would have 5 people, or is 3 an exception because they've got 2 locations?
They're the exception because
So
they
they
have
have 6 people.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, this particular, don't get thrown off by the stat you're looking at right here because this is 05 through 06. I mean, we've looked at them. We've dissected their caseload in as many different ways as we possibly can. I mean, this is 06 through 07 here.
Can you show us what would be, that would be a 07 to 08 would be,
This is more current, just looking at it by month. So we could,
go back to the 06, 07. Because it looks like everything has stayed, well, I'll see in a minute. Go shrink it a little bit more. Make it.
Shrink it some more?
Make it 80%. Okay,
you want me to hide everything but?
no, you don't have to. But then again, you can.
Oh, well, did you say no? Maybe I didn't look for an answer.
Now, show me, is that box below is the 06, 07, right?
That's 06, 07. This was 07, 08 through 9 months.
Still looks pretty stable.
And each of these are,
It's about, well, no, wait a minute. We went from 5760 total annual filed in 06 through, where are we going?
Okay. Tell me
Okay,
where you
hold on.
want to be.
This is October 1, 06 to January 30th, 07.
Right, we tried to, in this particular
And-
file, we're trying to make the months consistent
And that's 5,767 cases filed.
for precinct 3, correct?
Okay, now let's go down to the 06, okay, let's look at that one.
Okay,
And that's 7,000, so that's about 1,400 more cases. No, that's annualized.
that's the annualized.
Can't do annualized, you gotta go over there, that column. So it's below what it was last year for that same period of time.
3, it's 4,034.
So the green was annualized last year? Or is the green what they actually ended up with for
The
the
green
fourth?
is annualized.
Okay, so you had 5767 for the year? Is that correct?
Versus 70, that's what they guessed back in last year, but the actual number that they had through June 30th was 4,000 compared to
In 06, what's the number this time? 52?
52. About 1,300 more cases.
But then we went and looked, okay, how are they faring since the law of the jurisdiction changed? And they've gone up initially, and then they're falling back down. With that month of May being a very low month.
Well, they've fallen, they've gone back up. Looks like he's,
Okay, now take me back over to the June, well, even one, that'll be fine right there. And he's got one more person than what you're showing out there, and that 5 is really a 6. Or it's really a 7 in his case, because you've got 2 that you had there, but everybody else gets 1. So just assuming that he's got one more person than everybody else,
Right.
or one more than what he's got shown right there.
there's a number
One
of
more
others.
than
No, what I'm saying though is, if I hear what Debbie is saying is correct, every one of those numbers should be increased by 1,
correct.
except for precinct 3, which should be increased by 2.
Right.
Correct. And again, the reason we're showing the numbers like that is because we're trying to show the people that are actually doing the day-to-day work. I mean, it's just like when we measure the workload measures of constables, we exclude the constable and the chief deputy.
Well, but this chief clerk that you're talking about, if my historical perspective would hold true, the chief clerk is the one in the northeast office, the Hearst office,
Correct.
and is the one that's supervising pretty much all of the other clerks.
Correct.
The 2 folks that are out in South Lake are both pretty much, one of them has gotten the title of maybe assistant chief, but they're both out there working.
That's correct.
And so my thought on that process is that you could say that they've actually got one more than what that 5. So if you were comparing them to the other folks on there who had 6, then I think what we're saying is that his numbers aren't really warranting another 1 or maybe even 2 at this point. I mean, he was asking for 2.
Correct. And I think their emphasis was 1 at each location.
Now, maybe if I'm reading that wrong, somebody help me out, but I mean,
He was looking for 1 at each location.
yeah, but what I'm saying is if you give him, he's actually got 6 people. If you compare him to precinct 4, and I don't know if that's a good comparison or not, but I'm just purely looking at the total filed for 9 months. Precinct 4 has got 6 people, and they've had 7,100 cases filed, and precinct 3 has 6 people, and they've got 52, so they've got 2,000 less cases filed for that 9-month period. If you move up to, well, the 7s, the ones that have 7s are in the 8,000s to 9,000s, so the ones that are at 5, that you would be comparing to have, those 2 have more than, precinct 2 has more with 1 less person. So
Now, Precinct 2, just kind of an FYI, Precinct 2 got an employee this year. There was a recommendation for them. to get
But is that included in the 5, or?
No.
Okay. So what we're saying is that precinct 2 number is going to go to 6, but they will have had 6,300 cases through June 30th, and that's about 1050 more than what precinct 3 has.
Well, I'd make a motion to approve 1 for Justice of the Peace 1 and 1 for Justice of the Peace 3.
Debbie, could you take me back to wherever we were a few minutes ago?
Sorry.
So precinct 1 is asking for 1 more. That's going to put them,
I'm on the second, so we can discuss this.
okay.
And you,
I mean, 7 is working with 7 people and 9,000 cases. They didn't ask for anything more.
There's a whole different dynamics when you got 2 different locations, Judge.
Well, but you got 2 people out there too already. And,
In his biggest case, most of his cases are not, a higher percentage are taking place, at Northeast versus South Lake, but, the places, they're very busy. I go down there, I talk to them, I talk to their employees. They can use some help. And of course, he wants 2 people. He wants to put 1 in each location, and he'll just have to figure it out, 1, in my opinion.
but now I was talking about, let's talk about the precinct 1 first. Precinct 1's got 7 people now. They're asking for an additional 1. Their cases right now are running at 8342. Precinct 7 has got 7 people right now, and they're doing 700 more cases, and they're not asking for anybody else. Or did they?
no, 7 did not. Now, let's go back to this other file and focus on Precinct 1 for a second, because this really did surprise us. They have a great number of civil cases that are filed in Precinct 1. And actually, we recommended, and they received 2 additional clerks this fiscal year. And that decision was based solely on the fact that the jurisdiction level was increasing. The other JPs agreed that there was going to be a fair number of these cases actually filed in JP1 because he is an attorney. Now, I know Precinct 7 is too, but that's a little bit remote for where a majority of the attorneys actually reside and located. They're going to file in the court that's closest to them, even though a plaintiff in a case, defendant in a case, would have the right to have that moved based on where they reside. But what did catch our eye as we started looking at their JP1, I'm only talking about JP1, their caseload was that the number of civil cases, and we're looking at just this column here, it's actually decreased from the time that jurisdictional level increase went into place. I mean, we'll move up a little bit. Don't get me wrong, they have increased after the jurisdictional level went into place, and that's why we recommended the 2 clerks up front for them. But since then, see, we got a high of 5, well, that first month it was 529. The only one that's been close to that since then was the second month after it went into place, 582, but it's down to 228 in the month of July.
So I guess that's the reason why I'm hesitant to put in the clerk for precinct 1, is because I don't see those numbers going up now. I see them actually going down. And
We've got 2 new people here this year.
yeah, they've
And
already
their
got 2
people are all
new
in
people.
one location.
So that's why I'm not necessarily supportive of the JP1, and it's the same thing for precinct 3. I'm not supportive of any for either one of those.
Okay.
Just again from the standpoint that the numbers in my mind don't justify it.
You know,
I don't
We
see it.
already approved the additional 2 people for precinct 1.
It's too big.
You did it
That
last
was
year.
Last year.
That was
Fiscal
last
08. Here's a graph. A graph? behind this. It's JP1.
So they have disposed of a lot of cases, but they're actually,
And
with the extra people we gave them, what in effect has happened is they've been able to dispose of some more cases than what have been filed.
And actually, there's been ever since we started looking at their data in detail, they've actually come across a flaw in how they're entering their disposed cases. So not all their disposed cases have been reported accurately to Office of Court Administration, so we're working to fix that information right now.
So you're saying they may not have disposed of as many cases?
Actually, there's going to show that they under-disposed. Their disposed case rate should be higher.
They disposed of more cases
Correct.
than they reported.
Correct.
Other questions?
Call for the question.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And that motion is for 1 for both JP1 and 3.
That's correct. Please vote. Motion fails. The next item would be the district clerk.
Judge, could you recognize me for a minute?
Sure.
In the interest of shared pain and to try to get as close to that quarter cent as possible, I'd like to cut my capital budget by the following items. Debbie, you may cut the pneumatic roller, which is $97,500. You may cut the tractor mower, which is $54,000. And you may cut the wheel loader, which is $105,000, for a total of $256,500.
Thank you.
I was just going to be quiet and see if there was anything else coming before I go right ahead, Mr. Wilder.
I do have just two quick updated figures I'd like to give to you to justify this position. Our final number, including the would be for the full state fiscal year that just ended in August, on the increase in court cases for the 4D section is 2,588. So let's call it 2,600 case increase over last year. That comes on top of a 988 increase the previous year. We did not add.
The previous year?
It was a little over 900. What did I say? 988, I think it was.
988.
It was over 900 last year. So we've had right at 3,500 cases increase in 2 years. And I did not have any 4D positions in this year's budget for 08. The revenue figure, you could take the position that what I've asked for here that's still at issue is already prepaid, because we collected $117,677 in extra reimbursement for FY08 based upon the August monthly number I just got this morning. That would be what the AG pays us. That's all county money. So
But you did that with existing employees.
we did, but we also robbed Peter to pay Paul all year, as I think Debbie knows, in both overtime as well as part-time that we took off of other line items and moved around. So I would respectfully, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly how Debbie does her projections on, for instance, revenue like that for next year. We obviously gave you a projected case filings
Right.
for next year. And I would also like to just throw in one other one. We collected for this fiscal year that we have to report to the Office of Court Administration $1,667,000, let's just call it $1.6 million, in criminal collections, which is a lot of that. If you back out the parolee money that we used to collect, almost all of this is going to be new money that we're collecting on behalf of the county, fines, fees, and court costs. So our revenue stream is going up, our caseload is going up, and the 4D section position that was not funded in your first vote, plus the additional $12,000 in part-time would take care of my needs, we hope, for FY09 in Attorney General Child Support area.
Just a note on the revenues. The district clerk revenues were increased by $170,000, Ron, is that correct?
And
From the
we've
last
folded
draft.
that in.
Huh?
We've already folded that in.
Right, correct.
Yeah, and I would just respectfully mention, you figure revenue based upon, for instance, like the clerk's fee, but we have a bunch of other revenue that we have the overhead to collect, but go in other people's revenue.
That's absolutely correct. That's correct for both the county clerk and the district clerk, who collect all court costs, even though it may be distributed to the constable or...
Plus fines and attorney's fees.
Right.
I mean, you put the fines in the judge's revenue stream, don't you? Which is,
Mr. Wilder,
yes.
you're asking for one 4D clerk.
That's correct. And $12,000 over what we asked for last year. We actually spent more than this in part-time money, but
You're
$12,000
also
more.
asking to restore the balance of the temporary salaries. How much is that?
$49,201.
And
Off
do
of
you-
what was
okay.
reduced, yes.
And you had more than that last year.
We spent $252 this year for FY08. This year, we spent $252.
And our reduction, our recommendation to offset the part-time was, we looked at that employee as being used for 20 hours a week, and we were funding 40-hour-a-week employee, so we only reduced or made a recommendation to reduce their part-time by a 20-hour-a-week employee. So it wasn't a one-for-one reduction. Still come out 20 hours ahead a week.
Once again, the part-time money is used for many other departments.
I move approval of those requests.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
I didn't look at it. The only item that's left on here for discussion is a request from the Law Enforcement Association for consideration for certification pay for law enforcement officers, as well as field training officer pay. The dollar amount that we're showing here, actually, as we met with the Law Enforcement Association over the last few months, this was a higher offer that they had on the table. They actually came back and said, well, we could consider something lower. Let me see if I can find that file. First one, alternative one, was to give $25 a month for intermediate certification, $50 a month for advanced, and $75 a month for masters. Their second alternative lowered that, $15, $40, and $60. But what we're showing there is an up to dollar amount that takes into consideration their original recommendation. And HR had some comments regarding this last time when we met. Robin, if you want to state some of your concerns. Ms. Worthy or Ms. Glenn, I'm sorry.
Yes, last time we did discuss the issue of if we were to do this for the Sheriff's Department, the consideration we would need to give any kind of incentive pay for non-law enforcement employees that might have certification and/or education above what was required for their position. That was one of our concerns with this.
Did you put any numbers to anything like that?
Well, it would be in this amount of time, it would be very difficult because we would have to go through job description by job description and interview the departments based on job descriptions to see what kind of certifications were even out there that might be above and beyond. I mean, the real obvious ones are CPAs and some, like, for example, there's some human resource certifications. There's probably some, various certifications in specific fields. But to get a true number, we would have to go through and truly interview the departments for each position.
And then also to expand it would become a great burden on the HR department. I mean, then you've got to monitor whether those certificates have been maintained or not. Now, the law enforcement world is a bit more contained because it's reported to TCLOS. And you can simply report back and forth and communicate with them to get updates on that type of information. But when you include the majority of the balance of our workforce, then that becomes quite more time-consuming and difficult to monitor and oversee.
And I know that the Law Enforcement Association did present that, for example, one local county, when they do this for their law enforcement people, it's self-reporting, so the onus is on the employees to tell HR that they do have this certification. It's not for HR.
So
every year they basically have to turn in a form that they've signed that they actually have it.
And if they don't turn that in, then
they don't get it that year. Now, of course, if they are in a position, let's say, for example, if somebody is in a position that requires a basic and they have an intermediate, and they get promoted to a position that now requires an intermediate, then it would also need to stop, and that would have to probably be monitored manually.
Robin, how do you, on these different certifications, is there any kind of criteria for which ones are acceptable, which ones are?
For the law enforcement, yes, they're very specific in that they are based on years of service, some continuing education. They're very specific as to how those are obtained.
And I'm assuming we're encouraging our law enforcement employees to participate in these different certifications and different types of ways to improve their service abilities and things like that.
I think that would be something an appointing authority would have to respond to as to whether they're encouraging, allowing their employees the time off to go to those continuing education. Certainly the years of service are just built into it. I think there's varying, views as to the validity of what that contributes.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
You mentioned there's two different levels here. Is that what two different pay incentives? Is that correct?
Correct. They initially came to us with a recommendation of 25 for the intermediate, 50 for the masters. I may have it wrong. And right there. And the advanced and then the masters. And then in discussions, I believe someone in the committee actually made a recommendation, would they accept something lower than that, and that was presented as well.
And which one? That's the 15,
Yes.
40, 60?
Yes, correct.
But that still amounts to a potential annual outlay of $239,000.
Actually, it's the combination of that 239 and those two numbers, so it'd be still close to 300,000.
And of course, if you do approve this, we would like you to not place it into effect until January so we would have time to administratively put something together.
And of course, right now, we're doing any of this, so this is all.
Correct. And then in addition to the certification pay, they have requested incentive pay for field training.
Field training officers.
Yes, for field training officers. For those.
That was $54,100.
Yes, sir.
They actually had two requests on that one, too. I mean, there was a lower one of $75 a month, and alternative one was $100 a month.
One's at 75.
I could support the field training officer pay, but I don't think I could, at this point, get to the certification pay. This is an item that we've discussed several times over the years and have pretty well settled on a policy that we would only pay for those certifications that were required for the jobs that they currently hold. I don't see a reason to.
Well, I think we're diminishing by doing that, by looking at it that way. I think it's a detriment to these gentlemen and women wanting to improve themselves and become better officers, and which helps the county, in my opinion.
I understand that, but this is a tight budget year, and
well,
And I think that we ought to do some sort of study to look at the further impact. And I know that I respect our law enforcement tremendously.
well, I thought
No doubt about it.
And I thought this was what came out of the study.
Well, what I'm talking about are the other employees, not the law enforcement, but what Robin was talking about.
How many of these totals, you may have already told us this, are other than the sheriff's office?
Well, I mean, the other law enforcement positions that we have out there are in the district attorney's office, the constable's offices, and a few in the fire marshal. So the vast majority of them are there. I mean, there's probably 100 total authorized law enforcement positions outside of the sheriff's department. But these do include the constables and district attorney's office.
It's the other employee certifications that are out there that I was referring to, that we don't know what impact that has. And I don't think it's the right thing to do to ignore other certifications with our employees and other things that they do to better themselves to be a better employee. Just because they're not law enforcement doesn't mean they're any less important to our employee base here in the county.
And I think, Maureen, I agree with what you're saying there, because I think there's really not, if there's not a degree required for the basic deal, then, the very fact that somebody went out and got one, I think it's great for the individual, and they may be able to use that someplace else, and in all likelihood, we paid for it. But they may still be able to use that to get a better job that requires that somewhere else.
why would we want to go through all that training, get somebody in here, let them work for a number of years so they can leave? We want them to get that training so they can become a better employee for us.
Well, that's fine if they're getting training that applies to the job that they're doing.
I think that's what they're saying.
No, they're
No,
not.
it's not.
The law enforcement?
Right. If you get it, what is a master's going to do for me, for somebody in the jail, versus someone with either a regular BA or no degree at all?
Well, it's real simple. You get a master's degree,
not a-
you have more
This
knowledge,
isn't-
you'll become a better employee.
This is a
You'll
certification
probably be
for
better.
jail, is that
This
what you're
is just
saying?
a law enforcement certification. It
It's
is
not a
not.
master's degree.
And I understand, but I think that anytime you can have an employee, that's why we do our college education, to make better employees.
But we don't pay them additional money once
But
they
they're able to
complete it.
advance, and they're also able
Right.
to, I think the second tier that we're talking about here, the 15, 40, and 60, is probably merited to me.
300, this is a little under 400,000.
Then, and you view that differently than all the other county employees who may get a better degree or get something that would improve their.
No, don't do it differently, but that's not what's before us. This is before us. And we talked about this last year, and working with
And we
our
got
with our
this
office
from
to
them.
increase to help them and give them some tools to become better employees for the county. And I feel like this is a good mid-range way to go.
Robin, did you comment, I just don't know past, the job evaluation committee has already taken into consideration the T-close certification levels required for a job and have included it in the compensation factors for the job?
Yes, sir, that would, I had not commented on that, but yes, sir, that would be correct. One of the criteria that the Job Evaluation Committee looks at is know-how, and that is not just education, that's the knowledge required, whether it's attained through on-the-job training, formal education, and of course the certifications are taken into consideration for law enforcement and other positions as well, if it's a requirement.
So we have someone who comes in with all of this qualification. That person is going to make more money than someone that comes in for the same level job that doesn't have that qualification?
No, sir. Actually, we evaluate the position and only the requirements of the position, not any of the individuals in the position. So if the position were to require an intermediate, we would have given it credit for the knowledge that it takes to obtain an intermediate. But it wouldn't necessarily pay more if someone individually came in. Now, they do have a hiring range where they can use that if they want to bring individuals in at the uppermost range of the higher end. However, I think for the most part, the law enforcement individuals are brought in at that rate. All of them are brought in at that top higher end rate.
So under this, if we approve this, then at some point, then someone coming in, two people came in at the same time, one had a basic and one had a master's, that person is going to receive, the person with the master's is going to receive $60 more per month?
Correct. At the end, yes. The position's grade would not be any different. The evaluation of the pay grade, it would still be, for example, a grade 53. But an individual would receive incentive if they had some incentive pay above what was the minimum requirement for the position.
Your statement would be true if we approve this.
That's right.
I think the incentive is that by getting these advanced certifications, they are then qualified to obtain higher positions.
But we don't ask that for the higher positions.
They're also qualified to be a better employee. That's what I'm getting at.
Do we have a problem with our employee performance? We may have now, but
I'm just saying, anytime you can help somebody get a better education, they become a better employee for you, long-term, and they should
well,
be
I
rewarded.
think if that is the philosophy, then we need to be applying that equally across the board. I do not think it's right to apply it to a portion of the population and ignore the rest of them, because we have a lot of people working in a lot of positions who have improved themselves while working for Tarrant County.
I don't know this to be true, but I suspect that it's true that we paid for these higher certifications in the first place.
Probably did.
By and large, that's probably correct. There are some employees that probably have worked on their own to obtain some of these core courses. My understanding is that often it's very time-consuming to get the core courses that are needed for the intermediate level of certification. And actually, the employee that represents the association is the one that was telling me this. It's taken him almost 15 years to get all of his core courses for his intermediate level. So once he obtains that, he'll almost immediately go on to the next level, which is advanced, because that's obtained primarily through years of service only.
Well, if we went with the tier 2 instead of the top tier, that's $148,000 difference. And when we
It's
got
still adding $240,000 plus $60,000.
279.
Still adding $300,000 a year, and
No, it's
that
239 and 40.
No,
No,
No, it's
the roll-up.
249 plus 57.
It's $296,766.10.
that's pretty darn close to
And
$300,000.
then 40.
Well, and that, the FTO, the field training officer, I guess the thing that I mean, about that I've got a little bit of a problem with is that it's going to get very difficult. Well, when is this person training someone? It's going to be kind of like, remember when we had we may still have the issues with someone driving a particular piece of equipment in the garages where they get extra pay for operating the asphalt. And, you know, is it a full day? Is it a half a day? And I think that's the same thing. I think part of being a supervisor, part of the pay you get for being a supervisor is training people, and that's part of the job description.
And of course,
But these fellows aren't supervisors from what I understood with the study that we made. These are people that are working out in the trenches that are asked to do a training
I believe that's correct.
job during their procedure.
and
is
even,
correct.
and let me just emphasize one thing too.
And which is the only time I understand that they will be paid this extra money.
And if you'll see this,
Correct. It's not just an automatic, you're gonna start drawing FTO salary with your training money or not. It's only when they're in a training process.
Correct.
right. And if you'll see the note here, and we illustrated this $75 a month as an outside number, once again, because that's the dollar amount they represented for field training. But it would actually be paid on an hourly rate based on how they turned in their timesheet and when they were actually performing that FTO service. And that hourly rate would be in the neighborhood of 43 cents an hour.
43 cents an hour?
To go back to what you said, Judge, it would be comparable to our people that operate the machinery that are paid extra only when they're operating that machine. That's
But, I think there's still going to be some difficulty associated with that, but that, as long as I guess they're required to fill out their timesheet saying that they did it for this number of hours, then.
Yeah, and supervisors have to okay those timesheets, don't they? Or do they?
Correct. And in the situation of field training officers, it would not apply to the constable's offices, because one of the reclassifications we did a year or so ago gave them a senior deputy, and that senior deputy job description gives them field training requirements. So we've already increased their pay based on that.
Okay.
I'd like to take these separately.
Okay,
And
I think that's good.
A while ago, I asked one of my fellow commissioners why they took one out of order, so why don't we start with the first one and then go to the next one? But
Is there any recommendation with regards to the first one?
I make a motion to approve the second tier of the 1540 and 60.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the peace officer and the two different pay level.
And the jailer.
The 15, 40, 60.
Okay,
And the jailer.
all right. And I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion fails.
And I make a motion to approve the FTO officer pay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the field training officer pay.
Clarification, which level are we talking about here?
Pardon me?
Which level? The $75 a month or the
$75.
100?
It was the one for 40,574, the one for 55 something.
No, let's back up here just a minute.
Okay.
You either want $75 a month or $100 a month.
He is looking at the sheet.
For the law enforcement field training?
Right.
All right, again, tell me the options.
One, they're at $75 a month, it would equate to about 43 cents an hour, a cost of $40,574. At $100 a month, it'd be about 57 cents an hour for a maximum of 54,100.
I'm going for the 54,100, whatever, yeah.
Second.
The highest of the two.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. With regards to the certification, I would like for HR to go back and look at applying that countywide.
And that may
For what?
take several months.
You had a great chance to start it here.
Let me ask what the criteria.
Well, we start a lot of things
We've
at that
got-
point, and we got a lot of employees that are just as dedicated to this county as the law enforcement are.
agree. But
Judge, here though, what
And
I'm
we
asking,
have
how are you going to do this? On law enforcement, you've got the 3 levels that they go through. But if you're, let's just say that you're an operator 4 in my precinct, and you go to college and get a CPA or a degree in accounting, Where does that fit on that
Come go
schedule?
get you a CPA job.
Well,
Well, I mean, no, they're,
that's
they're
part of
furthering
my,
their
that's part of my
education.
deal. I mean, you know, we could have secretaries that's got doctorate degrees, and it's great to have a secretary with a doctorate degree, but our secretary doesn't need a doctorate degree.
Our law enforcement people are getting additional education in law enforcement.
And other folks in other areas of the county are getting additional
And I
Education that relates to
education
their
that
job.
relates to them.
And certifications, like HR in particular, has several levels of certifications that I'm aware of.
The auditor's office, you can get special certifications in different
I imagine
parts of the
everybody
county.
can. I mean, even the commissioners can get those certificates for completing so many hours of
You have
specified.
to get
Well, no, not the required, but the additional, you know what I'm talking about. Help me out with the word.
We all have,
Continuing
it's,
education.
what
No,
is it?
not the CEUs.
No, it's the.
That other thing.
Yeah.
Jane?
So you can be a certified commissioner?
No.
No, you go above and beyond. I can't remember what it is.
Program you go through, what is it, GK?
The Management Institute?
No.
No, what is it, Jane?
And you can still get voted out of office.
Yes, we can.
Advanced curriculum.
That's it. Advanced curriculum.
Yeah. Go for it.
You need to go through.
That's not the required part. We are required to get the 16 CEUs.
One last topic of conversation.
Okay, now, let me ask, where I show us, okay, what I'm showing then, per our activities today, is we've added 2 deputies in sheriff patrol for about $157,000 when you count the cars and everything else that goes with that. We have added Constable 4 for $56,526, Constable 8, $56,255 minus $10,750. We have added the district clerks $40,747 and restored the temporary salaries of $49,201. We have added field officer training pay of $54,100. And we have reduced capital in Precinct 1 by $256,500. So right now, our net is that for the day, we have increased the budget by $147,362. And we've taken care of everything that we had to,
That we had pending.
that we had pending.
What? What was the last thing you said?
Would you say 147, 362?
Yeah?
I'd say that's correct.
So what does that do to us in terms of our tax rate?
Now how much are we over?
147,362.
Really, it depends on which approach you want to take from here. Do we want to continue our effort to fund capital from our current resources?
Have we the latest and the last report from the tax appraisal district as
Yes.
far as
Yes.
taxes? Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
we need to look at how much money do we need to fund as far as
I mean,
certificates of deposit on our
so tax notes.
COs on debt service this year. I mean, on capital for this year.
That would be correct. And it'd still be in the neighborhood of $1.4 to $1.5 million. Now, as we talk about that, I mean, we're taking consideration what we know as resources that are available, that we've built into the budget already. We've tried to look ahead and see what's available already in our non-debt capital fund. Some of that's just from, there is some undesignated out there right now from projects that have either stalled or come in under budget. So we're trying to look at those type of dynamics right now that we know that are available. We have not taken consideration interest earnings in that fund because interest earnings have declined significantly over the last year. That particular fund generated over $700,000 in interest for FY08. And we're using all of the oil and gas revenues that we've received during FY08. We have nothing tangible to sink our teeth in for FY09 as far as what oil and gas revenues might be available to us.
What else do we have that we can expect lease bonuses to come in on in FY09?
We have the downtown properties.
So we don't have large properties left.
Our downtown properties are going to be our largest properties. And we're
Have we
about-
done resource connection yet, or are we assuming
Yes.
that's separate and apart?
We have already done resources
And that is separate and apart.
Well, that was our largest property.
so far, yes. But right now, we're doing the, in fact, I think the RFP is coming out, or going out to purchasing probably within a week to 10 days on the downtown properties. We own,
About how many acres do we have downtown?
probably-
5 or 6?
No, more than that. We probably have 12, 13 blocks, and a block is an acre. First of all, if you think about it, the Plaza Building has 5 blocks to begin with. That includes the parking. Then you've got the old Mueller Building site, you've got the jail site, you've got the Justice Center site, you've got the historic courthouse site, you've got this site.
And then we got the education center.
Yes, sir.
Family Law Center in Block 11.
So we have about 12, 13 blocks.
Okay.
And we're trying to work with...
That'd be about 14 a block, we wish.
Well, what we're doing, we're pooling with, or trying to pool with the city of Fort Worth and with some of the water district, excuse me, not the water district, but city of Fort Worth to see if we can get a better price if we have a larger tract of land to vote on.
Okay, and when, we don't know when to expect revenue from the drilling itself.
No, sir, that's, whenever they have a 3-year period normally to start drilling. Summer drilling before then, and, but we have not, and I need to check with the auditor, y'all haven't received any funds.
The last I looked, the only thing we've received are signing bonuses.
But the resource connection, revenue from that does not come to our general fund. That stays with
We've kept it out there.
I still call it enterprise fund, whatever it is.
Yeah,
That's correct.
It's an enterprise fund.
It is. But how much money do you show that we're going to have left over from this year's budget?
I mean, there's 1.8 million in, that we've received in signing bonuses. There's about $500,000 undesignated in non-debt capital right now. And there's probably around, I'm trying to do math in my head, which isn't always beautiful. 5, 6, 7, probably about 800,000 to 900,000 in other projects that will devote toward these new projects.
Yeah, but now he asked how much money was left over. What are you expecting your cash carry forward to be
Where?
this year, at the end of this year?
In
Ron, what's your cash carry?
in non-debt, we haven't started working on that one as closely yet.
Well, we did have some
But it's
estimate.
about 7 million.
Commissioner Johnson, let me make sure we understand your question. Are you asking how much money are we going to have left over at the end of this year for everything?
That we had budgeted for 07-08 budget, how much is going to be left over at the end of?
So what is the cash carry forward we're currently using in our revenue projections?
Here, hold on.
It's coming up.
I mean, for the general fund, road and bridge and debt service, our cash carry forward is projected to be $44 million. That's a decrease over previous year, or the current year, FY08, at $12.9 million.
So in effect, what we're saying is that our cash carry forward, again, that goes back to the fact that we've paid capital. But what we're saying is that we've actually reduced our cash carry forward by $12 million this year, or we're forecasting to reduce it by $12 million.
Commissioner Johnson, that revenue, that amount has already been factored in as far as money that is available for next year.
Okay, well, I think we have approved, we just covered what we approved here today. We've already approved the other budgets. I think what we need now
is for you folks to come back tomorrow and show us how we're gonna balance the budget for this year. And if that requires certificates of obligation for part of this capital, then we need to know how much that is.
And what effect it has on our debt service.
Exactly.
Uh,
On these road bonds.
yeah.
And are there any bonds out that we have currently that would be advantageous to refinance?
And not to our knowledge. I mean, First Southwest keeps a real close eye on that on our behalf.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm hearing where we started, I mean, along the lines of what Commissioner Johnson was asking, I think we're going to be right around 1.6, as we're either going to borrow that money, or we're going to, if we decide not to borrow that money, then we're going to have to reduce our tax rate reduction from 1/4% to 1/8%, which is what you had talked about at the beginning of this.
That's correct.
Session this morning.
Or reduce our carryover by that amount.
Our carryover.
Or reduce our capital?
Further reduce our what in effect we would say is we're just going to use, we're going to get to the end of the year, we're going to use our cash carry forward to basically fund that. And the only thing that we've got to be careful of on that regard is the impact that it has on our ability to borrow money and the rate we have to borrow it at. We enjoy a AAA right now. And part of enjoying that AAA is the reserve that we have.
Yeah, we don't want to change.
So we don't want we want to be careful about, especially given the fact that this past year and I guess that's another point that I want to be sure I understand. If this past year we reduced our carry forward by $12 million and funded our capital by that amount, are you saying that had we looked at last year when we did all this, we expected to reduce our cash carry forward by $12 million?
You know, I'm not going to say that because what we didn't take into consideration, or we had, our crystal ball wasn't working at the time. I mean, some of what's impacted that decrease in funds right there is merely the fact that our interest earnings were overestimated based on the true ending result for FY08. So here's investment income. We missed that number in our original revenue estimates by close to $5 million. So if that had materialized, I mean, obviously that $12.9 million would have decreased by $5 million, and then we'd have another $5 million up in our revenue estimates for that increased revenue earnings.
Well, I understand that, but if you look at if you look a little bit further down on that column, though, in all reality, we started out with, we collected $21.5 million, it looks to me like more than what we estimated we were going to collect.
Well, that's comparing FY08 to FY09, so that's not a collection. You've got to take your projection to your total budget.
I think we ended up collecting pretty doggone close to right at what the estimate was. We just didn't over-collect significantly.
Right,
like
bottom
what
line.
Has happened in years past.
Let's go back up. Let's just focus on general fund. Our FY08 budget was $375, and our projection is $377.
Yeah.
And so our projected is, go down to the bottom again.
Now, you've got to, there's not a projected for the whole thing, for the summary. You got to discount these headings up here at the top when you're looking at this summary.
So you're telling me we don't have a total estimated revenue for '09 yet?
We don't have a
Sure we do.
Yeah, that too.
total estimated projected.
For 09?
07, 08.
No.
08, 09.
I guess just take me down to the bottom, and you're going to show me $495 million or $454 million. right there, I think.
463,
Okay,
Where's 462? Oh,
Right.
total.
that one.
That's what you're projecting.
that's FY09 revenues right there.
Okay, carry me back down to the bottom again.
I'm sorry.
463 is what you're, including our estimated cash carry forward
Correct,
of 44.
correct.
And so in '09,
That is 09, you just, 463 is 09. You got to discount these headings right here.
So the fourth, the column to the right of that was the budget,
Right.
which we over collected the general fund by about 2 million.
okay, so here, I need to understand what these columns are and make sure the total '09 is 463, 143, includes a $44 million estimated cash carry forward.
Correct.
And is that an estimated cash carry forward? That's estimated from where we think we're going to end this year.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, now move over to the column to the right, the one you've got highlighted, or the one you've got right there, and tell me what the 57,129, is that what we had carry forward into this year?
That was our actual ending balances for FY08. So that's where we ended up September 2007.
So,
And we're estimating more than 12 million less.
Correct.
and these revenue, so the revenue estimates for '09 are $463 million, including our cash carry forward from the end of '08.
Yes.
And taxes at 226.4?
Okay, but that's where we're estimating.
Right.
Okay, then now move to we're estimating expenditures of $495 million.
You're looking at your old file, aren't you?
I'm looking at I'm not even looking at anything right now. I'm just saying that somewhere I saw, yes, I'm looking at the summary page, I think,
The hearings, from the hearings file?
from our hearings file, and I'm actually looking at the 209 recommended, but it says $495,299,880.
Which tab are you looking at, sir?
Summary,
Okay. Now, keep in mind, capital's in that tab.
right there below, that's the number right there. Don't you do anything yet. It's that number right below where your cursor is right now.
There. Correct.
Okay, so
From that, you subtract capital.
what?
You need to subtract capital from that.
Well, we're going to buy capital, aren't we?
We are, but we've
And we're not
got,
borrowing it, you said.
but we've got a number built into the budget in this summary, and I can find it for you if you need to see it, that represents the amount that we're actually taking from the general fund to pay for these capital items. So you're kind of double counting.
Okay, so what you're saying is in that 495, there's a $35 million expenditure to pay debt service.
It's actually around 25, 26 million. Correct. And I can find that number exactly. It is this one right here.
25,
25,660.
660, 856. Okay, so that brings us to 469, 633, 639, 024. Can I go back to my summary of income?
Let's look at the most recent.
I don't care if we look at the most recent or not, but we're still at 454 right there, right?
Okay, now, once again, you're oversimplifying the whole thing, because you're looking at the bottom line here, which includes road and bridge, general fund, and debt service. There's also a subsidy for road and bridge included in the general fund. that revenue subsidy coming into the Road and Bridge Fund is included in these estimates.
Okay, so bottom line, I guess what you're telling me, and that's what I think Commissioner Johnson started the morning off
Right.
with, is we don't see anything but balanced budgets, and, I need to know
Dynamic.
the dynamics of what's happening to our cash carry forward. I need to know what, if we're only 1.6 million off, then, again, we've got a couple places we go for that. We either borrow it, we use cash reserves, or we don't, or we increase revenue.
Right.
And we increase revenue by either going back in and looking at our assumptions and making any changes there we think we need to make, or we change our tax rate reduction from 1/4 to 1/8.
Or just something different.
And so I think what Commissioner Johnson and what I would like to see tomorrow is recommendations, first off, that tells us where our cash flow is, and some, make sure we understand that our cash flow is not going any lower, or where I guess the 57,129, I'm going to let you tell me. What does the 57,129,961 represent on that little page?
What was there at the end of last year after all the expenses were paid and encumbrances liquidated?
Okay, so that's what you think is going to go forward into this next year.
No, the 57 is what came into this year.
This year,
Okay.
44,454.
Revenue, fiscal, okay, so that's where we're saying we've gone down by the $13 million.
Why do we look at the $35 million of capital on this budget?
Why would what?
Why don't we look at some of that?
Why don't we look at it?
What, we've got $35 million in capital.
Are we
in this budget.
actually talking about $35 million, or have we reduced that?
No, we've actually added to that.
I mean,
Commissioner Brooks.
we've reduced it by the net between 256 and 44,000.
Yeah, but you've added some stuff too. You added some stuff as we were going through, I thought.
Not a lot, but there is some. Yes, sir, there's some.
I would think you could go through that and find $1.6 million out of
Well,
35.
Whose ox are you going to gore?
We made a statement during the budget hearings, is that we wrestle just as hard with the capital itself as we do everything else that goes into our operating budget. And there's a summary.
All capital.
Well, let me say this. When I get back to my office,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to meet again with my maintenance people.
Me too.
And I'm going to see what I can take out of that, even though mine's hundreds of thousands of dollars under everybody else's. I'm going to see what I can take out of mine.
Well, and just from a category standpoint, we try to classify.
Let's count the miles we're maintaining too while we're doing
I
that.
understand.
We try to classify all of our capital expenses into categories for you, and that's in front of you.
On some of our capital projects that are not bond-related, are there some of those expenses that will not be necessary in this fiscal year that can be rolled into next fiscal year?
From a construction standpoint, I can tell you
Yes.
that we beat that horse to death. Anything that's available to be moved out has been moved out. I mean, we're continuing to look at delays on tearing down the civil courts building and restoring the west steps. And we know we've got an $8.1 million issue that we're going to have to wrestle with soon regarding planned changes to the correction center once we get the new jail up and going. And that's that old kitchen turning into a holding area, court holding area, and changing out the security systems.
I'm talking about things like projects where we may have budgeted the entire furniture, fixture, and
no,
equipment,
we've
and may
already-
not need those funds this fiscal year.
No, sir, we've already taken that into consideration.
Let me make a suggestion then, we're all going to try to hit that 1.6 by in the morning. So let us go and take a look at capital, we'll take a quick look at some other things. We'd ask you, though, to go into your precinct operations and see if there's any capital or any expenditures that you might see that you could either delay for a year, and I know Commissioner Brooks, you already gave us $256,000 worth, but if there are any type of things that you can defer or simply do without, you'll let us know, and we'll put all the numbers together and come back with a recommendation in the morning.
Well, I think it's not just us, it's every department head and all the other elected officials.
Commissioner, as soon as this meeting is over with, we're going to start on that. There's some big ones up there. I mean,
Yeah, the big one obviously is technology. And I think that that is a path that we are going down, and that is forever. I think that we need to think about that just as being part of the budget, and we don't mess with it because we've deferred and deferred and deferred some things, and we're going to get a big request. We need to be looking at a more even approach to it.
I disagree. I think we mess with everything.
Well, I agree with messing with everything, but I still am talking about in the future, we need to be looking at a consistent way to fund our technology requirements.
I don't disagree. I think we need to look at everything on this budget.
Good with me.
we understand the direction of the court.
Well, and again, to put things in perspective, our original capital requests were almost $66.5 million. And today there's 35.5.
Well, you say you understand the directive of the court. I hope you understand that that directive includes a 1/4 cent, not an 1/8 cent.
Understand.
I want to, I guess, end by thanking y'all.
We're not finished
We're
yet,
not
Your Honor.
We still got a,
Sorry about
got
that.
a pretty.
Well, I was kind of hopeful that maybe we could, I wanted to get y'all as quick a chance to get to that money as possible, knowing that this is going to be a nice little discussion. But
What chart are you?
What are you talking about?
we got the employee benefits stuff.
Oh,
I've just
yeah.
got one more
That
quick
was sent
comment.
to our offices out at the sub-courthouse.
Right. I have one more quick comment before we move on. We have been trying to identify vehicles that we can purchase hybrids for. And so far, what we're targeting and looking at is 6 vehicles in the district attorney's office to go to a hybrid 4-door vehicle. We're looking at 1 in the sheriff's department judicial. And 1 SUV in one of the precincts. We did, after discussion, decide not to pursue hybrid purchases for pickups at this point in time. Right now, the cost on those pickups is double what a gasoline pickup is. So we're going to...
Central garage
Can't work on them either. But what we also have focused on, especially with the district attorney's office, is there were 3 cars that were all reasonably within $2,000 of each other. One of them, actually, the Prius, was actually less than what a standard Crown Victoria cost. And the others were marginally more, but we looked at possibly even trying the 3 lowest cost vehicles being the Prius, the Malibu, and the Taurus?
Would you
No.
make a list of all of these and share it with all of us?
Sure. And we're still talking to some of the departments. I'm just telling you kind of where we went from Friday until today. We're talking to a couple of the constables, but the unknown regarding constables' vehicles are the equipment that they do carry in there, so we're not sure that that's a workable deal yet. But we're targeting around 8 vehicles overall. Now for health insurance.
Your Honor, now we can move to
Can we have
human
another
resources.
little bitty break?
Sure.
I'm ready to get this.
Arabic. He's, have you ever seen him?
I may have seen that.
He's a very handsome and meaner than a snake.
He's a hip-hop right.
He is absolutely. And see, he has one more year.
It used to be a minute. I've already raised it once.
Do what you do in a civilized world. He says he wants to be a police officer.
Brains don't transition to
No. And he will.
not the gun nowhere.
He was born. I mean, he was always wanted to be in the military. The military was his theme from infantry. And I was the peace mother.
To be the permanent project manager.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Your Honor, we-
in the next 2 weeks.
As we move down
Is this new one up here any different than the one you said last week?
I think the font is larger, it's the same information.
Very good, thank you.
Your Honor, we can now go to the HR piece.
The font is
Ms. Glenn?
larger, but it's the same. You're going to have to, she's coming up here anyway, so we're going to. Yes, sir?
Ma'am.
Somebody left their stuff up here. Is that yours? Sorry, I just closed it. Hope I didn't lose your spot. Good afternoon. It is afternoon. We're going to be mindful, of course, of your time and try to.
You've got to be in the same place I've got to be.
Exactly.
2 o'clock.
And Ray's already told me he's ready to have lunch, so.
It won't hurt him to miss.
He's good to go. He's good to go. Okay. What I'd like to do in the next maybe 15 or 20 minutes is just kind of walk through, and actually I'm going to have Ms. Kirk come up and walk you through some of the plan changes for next year, also some of the rates, bless you, that we'd like for you to consider. As the court knows, we have an internal group that's comprised of individuals from HR, from audit, the administrator's office, budget, the judge's office, and so every time this year we get together and look at our plans and talk about the vision for the future. Again, what I'd like to do over the next 15 or 20 minutes is have Ms. Kirk come up, go over some of what we're looking at, would like the court to consider for 2009, and then what I'd like to do is come back and talk a little bit about sort of where we see things headed after 2009, 2010. There's some things that we've talked about at PEBC that we'll be talking with the court about in the next couple of weeks about 2010. And of course, we've just talked and have grappled with the issue of our retiree health insurance and where do we go from here. And so I want to come back after Ms. Kirk is done and talk a little bit about that. So you all should have handouts. The information should be exactly the same. I think those handouts just provide you with a little larger font. So.
And I guess the preface that I would say to this is there's some things that we're looking at on the horizon that I think are going to be pretty different. And in part, that is still centered around this thing called GASB 45, which deals only with post-retirement health benefits for our employees. That number, the latest number that we've gotten as far as our future liability is, I believe, around $142 million, which we are not currently reflecting on our balance sheet, but may be required to in the relatively near future. There's some discussion as to whether it's going to be this year, and the alternative to not putting it on there would be an adverse opinion on our financial statements, which we'll have to then talk with our bonding company and see what effect they think that would have on our ability to hold on to or retain our AAA bond.
Nobody's talked to them about that yet?
Well, we didn't realize until about a couple of weeks ago that the outside auditor was telling us that, or at least I didn't, that we were looking at an adverse opinion. I've since talked with the folks in Travis County. I was under the impression that their auditor was not going to issue an adverse opinion, but there's some question about that. The person who I talked with may not have understood exactly what I was asking about. So we're scheduled to, one, meet with our outside auditor and our auditor's office relatively soon, GK and I, and then also I'm going to have a conversation with the auditor in Travis County, who's really kind of been the lead person in the whole battle with GASB on this deal. But if, I'm afraid that if it is a matter of an adverse opinion versus just what they call a qualified opinion with some what-ifs, that we may have to go to that, and that's going to amount to us putting a huge liability on our balance sheet.
Is this county and city by county and city, or is it, for the pool? So we've got to answer for ours.
We've got to answer for ours, but ours alone. Okay. It's not any kind of a pool. It would be just ours.
And part of what happened is that the AICPA has just recently finalized and released some information that removes a lot of the questions that had been swirling around among folks as what really needed to be done, and they recognize the dilemma, and they've come out with some pretty difficult language that says this is the facts, and that has happened only in the last several weeks.
And so what you're going to see are some of the stuff that I believe we're going to talk about are the possibilities of in the future or with future employees. There will be some sort of a difference in what we make available to them or what they get based upon years of service. And you'll recall we have done some of that in the past, but in the past that has been done primarily with those folks who are, I guess, pre-65.
Under 65.
Under 65 and are not Medicare eligible. We've not really done anything or applied any kind of a measures for those folks who are Medicare eligible. And one of the things that we have, HR has recounted, as well as, I think Debbie has also given us a couple of examples. There are folks who are coming here retiring or, saying, okay, I'm waiting to age 65 to retire because I know how much better off we are here. And so they may come here 2 or 3 or 4 years before they reach age 65, come to work for us because of some of the stuff that we're doing post 65. And so those are things that we just need to be aware of. But I do want you to understand some of this stuff is pretty dramatic. So with that preview, and now I've got everybody's attention who's watching us on the deal. Ms. Glenn, give us your recommendations.
Okay, actually, I'll ask Ms. Kurt to come up. Before I take my seat, one last comment. What we're talking about today, this is just a briefing item. We're not asking for any action today. We do actually have action scheduled for tomorrow on these. If you're prepared to make a decision tomorrow, you can do that tomorrow. Sorry, I may have lost your
Thank you. That's okay. I think I've recovered here. Well, what I wanted to do is basically just go over the exhibits that I mailed to you on Friday, and the handout that I just passed out is the exact same information. It's just I think those colored exhibits might be a little bit easier to read on the one I handed out. The first exhibit, Exhibit A, is basically just a recap of our summary sheet, if you will, regarding our plan changes for 2009. And I'll just go over each one of them just really quickly, and if you have any questions, just let me know. We basically are having a few plan changes on our medical plans, and then we have a couple on our flex accounts. On the medical plan changes, on our EPO and PPO plans, we're adding a preventative benefit, which will provide an enhanced benefit for our employees under those two plans, where if they go to have a screening colonoscopy, and that is the screening that's done for colon cancer. So if it's for a screening colonoscopy as opposed to a diagnostic colonoscopy, which would be for other things, if it's just a screening one and you use an in-network provider, meaning the hospital is in-network, the doctor's in network, the anesthesiologist is in network, because the colonoscopy is actually defined as a surgery. So if all of your providers are in network, then the plan will pay at 100% after the member pays a $250 copay. Now, just to compare that
Hold
a
on just
little...
1 second.
When you say screening colonoscopy, what define, because there's short scope, long scope, or something like that.
It's actually what's called a screening colonoscopy, where after you reach a certain age, the doctor says you need to go in for a screening colonoscopy to see if you have cancer. At that time, if we see polyps, we may remove them, that sort of thing. So it's the exam that you would go in expecting to have a screening for cancer. Okay?
So
you're
from the diagnostic colonoscopy.
Well, you may already know that you have cancer, and that would not be a diagnostic one.
And that one is more, that is really covered as a part of the overall.
Yeah, and it's more extensive.
But you don't have to have cancer for your doctor to order this test for you on an annual basis.
Right. It's just based on whatever the normal criteria is.
Quite honestly, what we were looking at and what kind of brought this up is, this procedure was about a $1,500 to maybe $2,000 procedure, even, I believe, within the EPO plan. And so, if some of the folks on our road crews, or for that matter, anybody, needed to have it, that was a pretty strong out-of-pocket cost. And so in a lot of cases, they wouldn't be able to get it. And so this allows, hopefully, folks to be able to take advantage of these screenings, and hopefully we'll catch something. If we've got something, if there's a problem, you'll be able to catch it quicker. So I think this is a real good change to our plan.
And if you compare the amount that the member pays under the EPO and PPO, under the HMO plan, that it's a surgery, and you would pay a $200 copay. So it brings it a little more in line with how the HMO handles
Okay, now
that.
this covers, because a lot of doctors do this procedure in their office. You come in and you go into a kind of a mini recovery after your procedure's done, and you're there 6 hours.
Yeah,
Some people go to the hospital and do the same thing on an outpatient basis. Does this cover both of those full costs?
Yes.
Doctor and?
Right. You pay $250.
Okay.
Okay? As long as the providers that are doing the services are in network.
Right.
Okay? So that applies to the EPO and PPO. Okay, any more questions on that one? Okay. Number 2, this is sort of something that doesn't happen very often, but I do get questions occasionally with regards to how particular what's called self-injectables are handled under our EPO and PPO. We define those as specialty drugs, and all this changes. It's not going to be applicable to many cases, but there will be individuals where it is a helpful benefit. And what we're really doing is we're moving to the pharmacy side of it. Remember, with our EPO and PPO, we have a pharmacy manager, and then we have services that are provided for under our medical plan. And what we're doing is we're pulling out of the medical side of it and putting it under the pharmacy side, the specialty drugs. So what that means is if you went to your doctor's office and he said you needed to have a specialty drug and he wanted to do the injection at his office, typically what will happen is he will bill for that item, and it'll go through the regular system with the medical plan. We can see a savings if we carve that out and pay for that particular drug, that injection, out of the pharmacy side of it. And it's expected that we'll have a planned savings of 12 to 15%. So it's not going to be very often that you'll see claims that are applicable to this situation, but it is an improvement, and we should see some savings to the plan. Okay? And of course, anytime, and these are high-dollar self-injectable drugs. So anytime,
Just self-injectable drugs?
it's not just self-injectable drugs, but it's specialty drugs.
Define a specialty drug.
Specialty drugs. Okay.
I take some very special drugs.
Okay. Basically, specialty
And I don't-
drugs are related to hepatitis, AIDS, multiple sclerosis, growth hormone deficiency, rheumatoid arthritis, transplant, hemophilia, psoriasis, and a diagnosis called RSV, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure I know what that is. But basically, these are high-dollar, self-injectable drugs that are typically provided under the plan for those items. And we're going, even if you go to the doctor's office, you can have these items handled under the pharmacy plan, and we'll see a savings to the plan. And it should make it a little easier for some of our members who have had these issues, because I've had issues where I've had people call me about it, and sometimes the providers are not willing to do the injection because they don't want to pay for the cost of that drug, because the discounts that are applied at the claims payment level, they feel like they just can't afford for that to happen. So this will eliminate that problem. Okay? Any questions on that one? Okay. And the third one is a change in the structure of the HMO copays for a physician's office or for a specialty office visit. And this is just restructuring those two copays only so that they mirror our EPO and our PPO. In 2008, you pay a $20 copay under the HMO for both of these items. In 2009, you'll pay a $25 copay or a $30 copay. Okay? And this is expected to reduce the adverse selection into the HMO due to these lower copays, and it's also expected to reduce the cost of the HMO in 2009. And it's when we get to Exhibit C1, we'll be going over the HMO rates, and it's my understanding that we actually in negotiations for the HMO rates for 2009, this actually came into play and they lowered their rate. Okay. Any questions on number 3? Number 4 is an enhancement to our networks, actually. We're adding a network service called United Resource Networks, and basically it is a resource that's out there for transplant situations, and this particular network has discounts available, and it's just a way for us to have savings on transplant situations under the EPO and PPO. Okay, so that's
Do you have any being added to the specifics on network. how that works? Or?
We're getting, no, I don't, to answer your question, no, there's more information being rolled out. Okay, 2 changes on the flex accounts. And for plan year 2008, we're actually going to extend the deadline for incurring claims from 12/31 to March 15th. This is actually an IRS provision that was actually allowed beginning in 2005, and the PBC board has approved it for claims beginning for plan year 2008. And what this means is that the plan year is still the same, 1/1 to 12/31. But for example, if you have a flex account election of $1,000 for plan year 2008, and come 12/31, you haven't had occasion to use all of that, maybe you've only used up $900, this actually will give you an additional 2.5-month period to incur a claim so that you can use your money. So it's just an extension of the 12/31 deadline. Okay?
So it has to be, services have to be rendered before 12/31.
No, you could actually render it up until March 15th. Okay? So that, the plan, nothing's changing the election, the annual amount that was decided for 2008. But if you come up on 12/31, you haven't had a chance to use it all up, you're going to actually have until March 15th to do that.
Then you'll have a problem using up that year's allocation. I mean,
Not necessarily. You might have something.
It'll catch up with you sometime.
Yeah, it will catch up with you.
It's going to be for plan year 2008 expenses.
That we're in right now.
That's correct. Okay. Okay, and the second one is something that's really a good thing. It's my understanding that we have some federal legislation called the Heroes Earnings Assistance and Relief Tax Act of 2008, and it applied to the cafeteria plan, and it actually applies to individuals who would leave and be gone for military duty for at least 180 days or more. Just to give you an example, let's say in 2008, I had an annual election of $1,200 on my flex account, and I only had used up $600. And then I got called to duty. I'm going to be gone in the military the rest of the year. Typically, the use it, lose it rule would apply to your flex account, meaning you would forfeit your funds. This particular act allows those individuals to actually get paid those remaining flex dollars. So in the example I gave, they would get their $600. Okay?
So Joyce, let me ask you one question now as you finish this page. Are we going to, as a court, have to take action on approving these changes, or is that something that already occurs?
We'll bring this back to
No.
for court approval.
Okay, and
Recommendations
Right.
from PBC.
Okay.
we'll do that tomorrow, or we can do it today, or we could do it whenever, right?
It's agendized for tomorrow, for action tomorrow.
We would suggest you do it tomorrow.
I think we'll do it tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. So that is the total of the 2009 benefit, the PBC plan changes. Exhibit B1 and B2 are what is a listing of our provider renewals. And actually what you have on this sheet is all of our vendors that provide PBC programs to us, with the exceptions of reinsurance. And typically we always get approval on the stop loss later on in the year, so it's not listed here. But basically, if you'll just flip through pages 1 and 2, you'll see that we didn't have any rate changes or increases for 2009, with the exception of the administrative fees for ICON and the HealthSmart network, and that's highlighted in yellow on page 1. And I just point out there that with the ICON increase, it went from an administrative fee of $16.49 to $17.15. And this is the first increase we've seen in that particular area for 5 years. And then the next one on HealthSmart, we actually increased those fees in 2007, and that was the first increase in 3 years. And it's my understanding that the $17.15 and the $6.49 and $3.79 that's listed there under both of those vendors, those admin fees are in effect for 3 years. We got a 3-year rate guarantee. Okay. So if you have any questions about any other vendors, or if I need to explain who these are and how it works, do you have questions on that? Or okay. Now the number 1, the Safeguard Dental. This is year 3 of a 3-year rate guarantee. And remember, the dental plans are fully paid by employee premium, okay? So you would see employee premiums on number 1, which is the Safeguard, and most of these admin fees for Carrington, ICON, HealthSmart, MHN, all those admin fees are included in our accruals that we'll be discussing in the next exhibits. So any questions on those? Okay. And B2 is showing you that the benefit consultant actually recommended an increase in our PBC dental plan. Here again, these are employee premiums, but based on claims cost and year-to-year trends, the consultant recommended increasing the 2008 rate by 5.1%. Okay? Okay.
Where is that, Joe?
That's B2. B2. Okay?
How often do you review actual costs? And the reason I'm asking is it's been a couple of weeks ago. Had a crown done, and $1,200, and our insurance estimates a crown to cost $6,000, $7,000. And the secretary said, crowns hadn't cost that in 12 years. And then you're paying a percentage of the
Right.
6 or
Yeah.
7, so you're actually paying about 25%.
Right. Under this particular plan, the benefits are based on what's called a Carrington fee schedule, and I know that fee schedule goes up from year to year because I look at it and I look at those claims when I get questions on them. But basically, the benefits for this particular plan is based on that Carrington fee schedule. Okay.
Have you found it to be realistic with the marketplace?
It is with those providers, and if you use a Carrington provider, you don't have to pay the amount over the Carrington fee schedule. So, to answer your question, I'm not real sure how it compares to the market, but that's, I think for 2010, one thing that we'll be looking at is some of our dental plan choices, and that might be something we could take a look at and answer that question.
Preferred PPO, doesn't that mean preferred provider? I can go to
Yes.
a preferred dentist and
You can
not,
go to whoever you want to, you just pay an extra amount of money based on what you want to go to. It's like going to an out-of-network physician. You can go to an in-network physician and have a particular fee, or you can go to an out-of-network physician and get a lot more, pay a lot more.
okay, so if I'm going to the dentist I've been going to for 20 years, what do I?
Encourage him to get into Carrington's network.
No, charge of Carrington's rates.
Either way.
Carrington's like the Chilton book, like the auto mechanics, where transmission was the same thing they do in the dental industry. They said this is kind of the standard. And you're paying, well, where you live, you're paying.
He needs to charge you more, he lives up in South Lake.
There you go.
I think he
Okay.
charges me enough, we're just,
Okay. So any more questions on the provider renewals? Okay. Well, moving on to Exhibit C1, now we're getting into the good stuff. The actual rate contributions from the county and from the employees. As Tina mentioned to you, we do have a group that gets together after the benefits consultants delivers the accrual, or the recommended accrual rates. And this year, we had some rather marathon meetings. And what basically the result of that discussion with regards to the active rates is listed on Exhibit C1. So that group is actually recommending the proposed rate increase that you see in the white box on your exhibit. The rate increase is in your white box, okay? As far as the increases in the accrual rates for the EPO and the PPO, those rates increased 11.8%. The HMO rate increased 12.1% with the copay change that we talked about, okay? So the column there that you have that's titled Recommended Accrual Rates, that's the total rate that we need to have available to pay for claims under the EPO and PPO and actually pay the HMO. And you'll remember the EPO and PPO are our self-funded medical plans, meaning it's county dollars that pays those claims, whereas the HMO is fully insured. And so that's actually a premium rate that you have listed there. The blue columns show you what the employees pay on a monthly basis in 2008, and we've also shown you the distribution regarding the cost share. And of course, the cost share is just the amount of the total premium that the employee pays. And moving over into the yellow column, you actually see the new rates for 2009. For example, on the EPO, employee-only cost, the rate goes up from $71 to $78 a month. So the proposed increase is $7 for that one particular category. Okay? When you add all this together, using the census from June of 2008, the total census at that time was 3,450 active employees. So the total annual funding requirement for that number of active employees is basically $44.3 million. In addition to that $44.3 million, we have to add the next group that we're going to talk about, which is the pre-65 retirees, and that's an additional $2.6 million. So any questions on that?
2.6 again was what?
The pre-65 retirees. Okay.
Is this in the budget? Some form of all of this is in the budget?
It is. Okay. So if you have no questions on the active rates, we'll talk about the retirees next. And the Exhibit C2 is illustration of how we do the rates for what we call our pre-65 retirees. Now with this group, we offer them the same plans that we offer to active employees, the HMO, the EPO, and the PPO, okay? So on the if you look at Part 1, we actually have what we call a grandfathered group. The court will remember that we actually implemented this matrix structure back in 2000. It was for plan year 2006, but we actually applied it to retirements beginning 10/1/2005. So we actually had two groups of retirees at that time. We had those who were already retired and those that were going to retire after 10/1. So what we've done over the last few years for Part 1 is we basically passed on a 15% rate increase for that grandfathered group. So if you look under Part 1 and look across, the yellow row is the 2008 rates, and the light green row would be a recommendation regarding 2009 rates if we do the same thing and pass on a 15% rate increase. Now, in addition to that, it gets a little more complicated because the court actually gave us instructions at that time that if we had anybody in the grandfathered group who would benefit from the matrix, which is the next group, Part 2, then we should give them the cheaper rate, the lesser rate. And so we do that scenario every year. Okay? So any questions? The gray columns, those little numbers in the gray columns is the census. That's how many people we have now in those plans. The white boxes, the white columns is the rate increase.
Is the what?
The rate increase. Okay? Like, for example, if you look in that light green one that says 2009 rate, census equals 76. In that HMO plan, the new rate for 2009 will be $235.64. We have 22 people in that group, and the rate increase will be $31. So that's how you read the chart. Okay? Okay, on Part 2, this is our matrix group. And the matrix is basically just a banded years of service, and it's listed in the bar column over here. It shows you what the current matrix is. Basically, the way it is for 2008, and we're recommending that for 2009, is anyone who's been here 0 to 9 years, the retiree pays 100% of the cost. Okay? 10 to 14 years, the retiree pays 75%. 15 to 19 years, the retiree pays 55%. 20 to 24, the retiree pays 40%. And then to 25 years, the retiree pays 20% and the county pays 80%. So as Tina mentioned to you, and also the judge, we've had a lot of discussion about this matrix and whether it's really working and doing exactly what we need for it to do. The grandfathered group and looking at either or every year certainly has been problematic for us. In addition to that, if you look at that 25-year category and even the 20 to 24-year category, sometimes an active employee actually leaves county service paying less as a retiree, which may be what we want to do. But, those are just things to think about. Okay? So any questions on this group? Okay? And of course, as far as the rate that's paid for 2009, that light blue row, which is the 0 to 9 years, that's the actual accrual rate that you saw on Exhibit C1. Okay, those are the same rates. So any questions on that one? Okay, Exhibit C3 is the over age 65 group, as well as what we call our Medicare eligible group. The plans that you have listed on this exhibit are all fully insured plans through Pacificare. They're group retiree plans. This is the senior supplement and the Medicare Advantage plan that we offer. For those family units who have dependents, we actually have some add-on rates where the retiree can continue to cover those dependents, and that's what you see under the plan name of PSD and PMD. So I'll be glad to explain those plans in detail for you if you have any questions on them. Does everybody understand those plans? Okay.
Is that a choice you're going to need to make tomorrow, the option A, B, or C?
Right. As far as the rates for 2009, okay, just going down the line here with the PSS plan, that's the senior supplement plan, that came in at a 3.3% rate increase for 2009. That's the dollar amount that you see in the white box under the column that has a little red 5 above it, column 5. So that's how much we have to pay extra in 2009. And then for the PSD plan, the commercial PPO plan, those rates went up 5%. The Medicare Advantage plan experienced a 9% rate increase, and the PMD plan experienced a 5% rate increase, just like the PSD plan. So what you see in the blue columns is the 2008 rates, and the first rate is what we pay the vendor, Pacificare. The bigger columns, columns 6 and 7, show what the retiree pays and what the cost share is between the county and the retiree. So what you have to decide is what we're going to do for 2009, and we've shown you 3 different options for 2009. The group that met regarding all of this is recommending option C, which is the yellow one, and basically with that option, we're passing on the rate increase to the retiree. So if you'll compare the rate increase in column 5 to the white box in option C, those are the rate increases that would be passed on to the retiree.
So your recommendation for tomorrow is option C?
Yes. Okay. So any more questions on that? And then Exhibit D is just the report on GASB. So any questions? And we'll be asking for action on the 2009 items tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Glenn.
Just to wrap up, I told you, I guess before Ms. Kirk started, that I'd come back and talk a little bit about what the group has talked about in terms of 2010 going forward. And of course, the judge has mentioned a few of these items. I think first what we'll be asking the court for is the court's approval to actually form a committee to take a look at benefits going forward, because again, as the judge mentioned, we do have some pretty difficult, I think, decisions to make. Just to give you an idea, some of the things we've been sort of batting about and having some pretty interesting discussions about that's one way to describe it, I guess, is currently the county does provide a subsidy for retirees as well as their dependents. One of the things that we've talked about for the last couple of years is, do we want to place the county's resources on our retirees, in other words, subsidize retiree coverage, and perhaps not subsidize dependent coverage. That's one of the things we've talked about. We've talked about, are we at the point where we want to draw a line in the sand and say anyone who retires after a certain date, we would provide the retiree coverage, but we would the county would provide no subsidy at all for the coverage. We've talked about the matrix and whether we need to look at the matrix and, decide whether the subsidies that we provide are where they should be, or should we be providing less of a subsidy. So those are a lot of our examples, I guess, of some of the things that we've talked about. Obviously, this court would make that decision, but we would ask, we're not asking today, we would be asking the court to put together a committee that could actually look at these issues, research these issues, and then come back to the court with recommendations for plan year 2010.
And the GASB 45 is actually now, according to this, $192 million.
Correct.
What color was the horse?
So that's all that we have for the court today, and again, we'll take additional questions if you have any.
Ms. Glenn, the committee that you talked about, this is not an action item for tomorrow, is it?
No, it's not.
I mean, you can have it, you can have that discussion again tomorrow, but we're not asking any action on the committee piece.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all we have at this time.
Well, in an effort to give you plenty of time to go find that $1.6 million. then,
It's there.
oh, I agree. Anything else or any parting comments before we adjourn today? Being none, we're adjourned.
Man, you're a jersey.